ministries. It takes place over roughly 6 weeks, immediately following the national budget debate. According to the standing orders, no member is allowed to address the House or a committee of the whole House for more than 30 minutes on any subject. The House or a committee of the whole House may at any time move a motion to extend the Speaker's time sufficient for them to complete the presentation if the individual fails to complete within the slated time. The sectoral debate gives members the opportunity to inform the House about the government's proposed programs and projects within the different sectors. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a parliamentary session, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? The Jamaican Parliament first met on January 20, 1664 at George William Gordon House. It's false. The truth is, the Jamaican Parliament has its history in the House of Assembly that first met on January 20, 1664 in Spanish Town, then called St. Diego de la Vega. At that time, Spanish Town was the capital of Jamaica and the seat of the government. However, since 1960, the official meeting place of the government has been George William Gordon House, more popularly called Gordon House, located on Duke Street in downtown Kingston. Gordon House is named in honor of one of Jamaica's national heroes. Now over to the proceedings.
Yo, babes, why me I call you so much time and I not get you? Sorry me lick you again yesterday. Yo, me know me mess up, but I can't wear them something there road and I expect me to react. I know me jealous and fool and easy to lose my temper, but call me back here.
Still not get tired.
Hey, girl, think me have to call your phone? You know who you are deal with? You think I want to lick me again next time? Eh?
It doesn't have to be this way. You can leave an abusive relationship. Just call 876-553-0372. We will help you.
I wonder who that somebody be. No, sir. Let me look for my glasses. Oh, that somebody look like Rice up. It's Lottie walk on. Me glad for see you, Roy. Although things never go on for you, America, me glad say you there.
Yeah.
Lift your head high.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
And you can have a fresh start back home.
All right, Mr. D. Thanks, you hear?
Let's all work together for a fresh start back home.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Motorists, certificates of fitness are now digital. Here's how it works. First, make your payment at TAJ inline or online. Then, take your receipt along with your vehicle to an Island Traffic Authority service hub for physical inspection. A valid email address is required to receive your digital fitness. Once the inspection is complete, your certificate number will be sent directly to your email. To access your digital certificate, visit cgds.gov.jm/fitness, enter your certificate number and the chassis number, and view your certificate online. New validity periods are here. New vehicles, 5 years. Vehicles 10 years or less, 3 years. And those older than 10, 1 year. No more paper certificates. Just secure, digital access, anytime, anywhere. For more information, connect with us via email at info@ita.gov.jm or on social media at Island Traffic Authority.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
Every year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions of our taxes to be spent on goods and services provided by the private sector. Everything from pens to power plants, cleaning services to construction are obtained through a process called public procurement. But who funds this process? Citizens do. And we want our taxes to be spent wisely. When we talk about public procurement, there's a critical concept called value for money. We hear it in the Parliament all the time, but what does it really mean? Some think value for money means choosing the cheapest option, but it's more than that. For example, a community needs a new bridge, and the government receives bids from 3 companies. Company A offers to build it for $10 million in 18 months with a 50-year lifespan. Company B wants $12 million to finish in 12 months with a 75-year lifespan. Company C asks for $8 million, needs 24 months with a 25-year lifespan. Company B actually offers the best value for money. To determine that, we look for 4 crucial factors: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and equity. Let's explore what each means. For economy, we must look beyond the upfront price and consider the full lifetime costs to maintain the bridge. Cheaper options could lead to frequent and expensive repairs. We get efficiency if the bridge is built within budget and on time, with no waste of materials. To achieve this, we need the best team, and clear criteria helps the government to pick the best proposal. Effectiveness looks at whether the government achieves its goal. This could require a community needs assessment to ensure the bridge will reduce transport costs and travel time, withstand the annual flooding with little disturbance to plant and animal life. Finally, equity. This is about fairness, satisfying the different needs of the community. The bridge design considers not just cars and pedestrians, but is sensitive to the needs of the elderly, the disabled community, and children. So when we're talking about value for money, don't just ask how much it did cost. Ask, what are we truly getting for our money? The cheapest option today can become the most expensive mistake tomorrow. So from now on, let's ask the right questions for Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Peace is a choice we make every day. When we come together with love and understanding, we create a future free of violence and fear. Let's stand united, build bridges, and nurture hope for our children and our communities.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself and wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information, a maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country gives citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Na, 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 na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. What we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders. with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Motorists, certificates of fitness are now digital. Here's how it works. First, make your payment at TAJ inline or online. Then, take your receipt along with your vehicle to an Island Traffic Authority service hub for physical inspection. A valid email address is required to receive your digital fitness. Once the inspection is complete, your certificate number will be sent directly to your email. To access your digital certificate, visit cgds.gov.jm/fitness, enter your certificate number and the chassis number, and view your certificate online. New validity periods are here. New vehicles, 5 years. Vehicles 10 years or less, 3 years. And those older than 10, 1 year. No more paper certificates. Just secure, digital access, anytime, anywhere. For more information, connect with us via email at info@ita.gov.jm or on social media at Island Traffic Authority.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
People always say government must be held accountable. But is whose job to keep government accountable? And what that really mean? Well, you see, when ministers and public officials have to provide answers for decisions made and can face consequences for those actions and decisions, that means they're being held accountable. Keeping government accountable is a key responsibility of our elected representatives, and the Parliament provides special tools or mechanisms just for this. As citizens, we need to understand how they work so we can play our part to ensure that the members of Parliament we elect are using the tools and doing their job well. Here are 4 of the primary tools you should understand and talk to your MP about. Tool number 1, Minister Statements. To effectively monitor the government, MPs need to stay informed. Every Tuesday when Parliament sits, different cabinet ministers are scheduled to give an update on decisions they're making on our behalf. These updates are called Statements by Ministers. They cover a wide range of national issues that other MPs, media, and citizens may have questions about and wish to examine further. That brings us to tool number 2. What you do when you want information? You ask questions, and that's why we have question time. Both opposition and government MPs can submit questions to the Prime Minister or Cabinet Ministers for details on, for example, how a contract was awarded or expenditure to purchase tablets for schools. So if you ever have a question for a government minister, try asking through your MP. After all, that's why they're your political representatives. They should represent your questions and concerns to the government. Tool number 3, Parliamentary Debates. When cabinet ministers present the government's proposals for new policies, laws, and programs, parliamentary debates allow both opposition and government MPs to air concerns, make suggestions, and endorse proposals. If you ever watch those debates, you know they can get a little fiery. But the debate is important as it informs decisions and continues until a vote is taken on the way forward. Then we have tool number 4, Parliamentary Committees. The general sittings of Parliament are not always sufficient for detailed examination of government work, so oversight committees are formed using government and opposition members to do just that. Some committees like the PAC and the PAAC are in place for an entire parliamentary term. Their job is to monitor the use of public funds to find ways to increase value and efficiency while reducing waste and corruption. Cabinet and state ministers are not appointed to oversight committees since they are a part of the government.
Some committees are formed when a need arises. For example, joint select committees are formed to review draft policies or legislation or to probe other matters of serious national importance. Members of these committees are both opposition and government MPs and senators, and these committees will usually invite citizens to share their opinions, concerns, and recommendations. So there you have it, 4 accountability tools of Parliament that are used to make sure government run right. Visit jampja.org to find contact information for your MP. Invite them to meet with the community so they can better represent your issues and concerns in Parliament and keep government accountable. Get involved and let's make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Embark on a journey to discover the truth that sets us free. Join us on Tomorrow's World, your weekly source of hope, answers, and divine insight. Sundays at 9 a.m. with rebroadcasts on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:30 a.m. Tune in right here on PBCJ, the People's Station, and be inspired.
Overtake and bring back everything.
Bask in the awesome Word of God and the life-changing experience of fellowship. Bask in the revival time, 8 a.m. on Sundays, right here on the People's Station.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs round here.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of Parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in Parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in Parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of Parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Breathe in the breath of life. Saturdays and Sundays at 7:30 a.m., Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5:30 a.m. on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Rootsman. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action, so the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs and manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs round here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
Overtake and bring back everything.
Bask in the awesome Word of God and the life-changing experience of fellowship. Bask in the revival time, 8 a.m. on Sundays, right here on the People's Station.
Join your big sister Raquel as she reintroduces the cast of Vibrations and their educational adventures to the screen. See Ronson and the gang experience the world firsthand through interviews and interactions. Vibrations, where kids are taught about the world from someone they can relate to. Join us every Friday at 3:30 p.m. to hang out with your big sister Raquel and the kids of Vibrations. Right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society
regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. If you check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats by percent. Less in on the right track. You for zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You for zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Motorists, certificates of fitness are now digital. Here's how it works. First, make your payment at TAJ inline or online. Then, take your receipt along with your vehicle to an Island Traffic Authority service hub for physical inspection. A valid email address is required to receive your digital fitness. Once the inspection is complete, your certificate number will be sent directly to your email. To access your digital certificate, visit cgds.gov.jm/fitness, enter your certificate number and the chassis number, and view your certificate online. New validity periods are here. New vehicles, 5 years. Vehicles 10 years or less, 3 years. And those older than 10, 1 year. No more paper certificates. Just secure, digital access, anytime, anywhere. For more information, connect with us via email at info@ita.gov.jm or on social media.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered today in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The man them just throw this something, come give me.
You may be seated. This Honourable House now resume its sitting. I wish to welcome all members to the sitting of the Honourable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. Today, we continue with the sectoral debate, and we will have presentations from the Minister of Tourism and Member of Parliament for St. James East Central, from the Member of Parliament of Portland East Central, that is the Minister of Tourism, East Central, Honourable Edmund Bartlett, the Member of Parliament for Portland Eastern, Mr. Isat Buchanan, Member of Parliament for Westmoreland Western, Mr. Hayles. I see a long list of specially invited guests. That I would like to make welcome. Javier San Roman, Deputy Head of the Mission from the Spanish Embassy. Mr. George Matthews, Counselor for Political and Economic Affairs. And Delaney Story, Political Economic Intern from the U.S. Embassy. Mr. Victor Soto, Head of Economic and Commercial Affairs from the Dominican Republic's Embassy. Councillor Joan John, Jamaican-Canadian member of the Southgate Municipal Council from Ontario, Canada. The Honourable Godfrey Dyer, OJ, CDJP, Chairman of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, long-serving chairman he has been. I wish to also welcome the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Jennifer Griffith, who is here with us today, along with the team from the Ministry of Tourism. I wish to also welcome the constituents from the constituencies of St. James East Central, Westmoreland Western, and Portland Eastern, who are in the gallery today in support of their respective members of Parliament. I'm not seeing it on the list, but I can recognize a beautiful star sitting up in the gallery, none other than Carmen Bartlett. Mrs. Carmen Bartlett, it's a pleasure to see you. Wife and very, very strong, supportive wife of Minister Bartlett. Thanks for making it here. We appreciate when members of the public are able to witness these proceedings live. However, I must remind those in the gallery that you are not to disturb the proceedings in the chamber by clapping, knocking the ledge or chairs beside you, or conversing at a volume which may be heard in the chamber, thus disturbing the proceedings. These proceedings, as usual, are being broadcasted live by PBCJ, and we welcome those joining us via the various platforms as well as social media outlets to today's sitting. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Green. Here. Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Williams Donovan, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hayles, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hylton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, and Mr. Charles Jr. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the suspension of the agenda for us to go directly to public business.
Question is that we suspend the agenda and go to public business. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, allow me to firstly join with you in welcoming the members, the various guests that we have here today. A number of them have turned out to hear the Minister of Tourism and Member of Parliament for St. James East Central. And I join in welcoming persons from the Spanish Embassy, those from the U.S. Embassy, the Dominican Republic Embassy, and from Canada. And a special welcome to Mr. Godfrey Dyer, Honorable Godfrey Dyer, who has truly served us extremely well over these years. I do also see in the House former Member of Parliament Fitz Jackson, and Fenton Ferguson. Boy, I've been working. We've been working so. We've been working so hard. Madam Speaker, you would also allow me to just say my commendations on behalf of the members of the House to the students who would have recently successfully completed their PEP exams and would have gotten their results yesterday. And you would allow me the latitude just to specially recognize and congratulate Jasonia Beadle, who is the head girl of Park Mountain Primary and Infant School in St. Elizabeth, and is the top primary student performer in the PEP. And why that is so important is because that school is one of the schools that was significantly damaged by Hurricane Melissa. And today, Councillor Williams from the area called me and beseeched me to give a special shout out to young Beadle on her wonderful performance. It appears there's a lot of congratulations in order, but I allow the members to do those privately. But we do see a new man has joined us today, and I will leave it at that. We now turn to our first presentation in our sectoral debates, and we will hear from the World Tourism Minister, Member of Parliament for St. James East Central, the Honorable Ed Bartlett.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, House Leader, for your kind indulgences.
I can barely hear you. However, your colleague on this side believes that you deserve far more of a rounding applause. So the Minister of Tourism and Member of Parliament for St. James East Central.
I'm not going to give you any envelopes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I begin by acknowledging your distinguished leadership in this honorable House. And And I also recognize the members of Parliament on both sides of the aisle and the dedicated parliamentary staff, led by the Clerk of the House, whose professionalism, discipline, and quiet service support the effective functioning of this institution. Madam Speaker, this is my 41st engagement from this podium in this House. And I take it with the deepest of regard and want to make a comment, Madam Speaker, if you will allow me, at the end of the presentation with regards to my own vision and direction as I see for this wonderful institution that has become so important to us to secure democracy and which we must guard very zealously and to give it the highest respect and regard that is possible. So, Madam Speaker, following Hurricane Melissa, one of the most powerful storms on record, Jamaica's response demonstrated the value of decisive prime ministerial leadership and strong whole-of-government coordination. Working through ODPEM, public and private partners moved quickly, transparently, and responsibly to mobilize support for the tourism workers, small businesses, and communities that sustain the sector. From that shared effort, this presentation, Madam Speaker, will move from recovery to transformation. The sector's rapid rebound, the Tourism 3.0 agenda, and the legislative and regulatory reforms required to deliver a sustained growth, competitiveness, and greater benefits for Jamaican entrepreneurs, workers, and communities. Before I do so, Madam Speaker, I recognize that as public servants, our duty is to uplift our people and strengthen our nation. And I'm a proud leader of a ministry central to that mission. I thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, for the trust and confidence he has placed in me. His astute leadership has helped steer the sector through an unpredictable global landscape. I also thank all who have worked with the ministry and its public bodies to meet challenges and seize opportunities across tourism. Our industry and private sector stakeholders have helped to protect livelihoods and have advanced national growth. I extend my deep appreciation to my Minister of State, the Honorable Tova Hamilton, our Permanent Secretary, Jennifer Griffiths, whose administrative excellence continues to drive the ministry's operation. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge the hard-working team within the ministry and its public bodies, along with chairpersons, board members, and executive directors. I also thank the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, its president, Christopher Jarrett, and his executive team for their cooperation during one of the most difficult periods in the history of the industry. To my constituents, the second love of my life. And the first love is intermingled with them today in the gallery. But I'll talk about my first love at another moment. That constituency, Madam Speaker, that has given me 6 consecutive terms as their representative, and has enabled this year for us to celebrate the 30th anniversary of our education program in that constituency that has provided scholarships for thousands of children in every institution in Jamaica today. There is a student from East Central St. James. Universities, medical department, history, science, and all the areas of discipline. And I'm proud of the work that the team has done. And particularly, Madam Speaker, you will allow me to commend my counselors who are here today and my staff at the constituency office led by Mrs. Simone Matheson Powell. And I particularly wanted to highlight Simone because she has been the tower of strength in that constituency. And when I travel all around, I can get full report from Simone for the great work that is being done in the constituency. My CPOs that have worked so hard to protect the very steps that I take, and my driver, you know, Madam Speaker, I have to mention my driver because we call him Air Derval. And he gets us from Kingston to Montego Bay, I won't tell you in what time, but in good time and safely, so that we can conduct the business of the state and our constituency. And I wanted to particularly single him out because this is the 10th year that he has been the driver on record for mine. Madam Speaker, now on a personal note, and I know you will allow me this, I'm grateful for the support of my family, especially my dear bride. And I say bride, Madam Speaker, not wife or spouse, because bride represents that moment when it all began. And it has been 53 years of that wonderful relationship. Carmen really has been a source of great inspiration and encouragement to me over the years. And I'm thankful for her unwavering support and constant presence. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, I thank God for the health and strength to serve. I remain committed to serving our people, strengthening our tourism offering, and advancing a sector that delivers lasting benefit. Madam Speaker, before I turn to the state and direction of the Jamaica's tourism sector, permit me to pause and honor a man whose life reflects the very theme of today's presentation, trust and confidence. I speak of Dr. the Honorable Godfrey Dyer, OJ, CD, JP, LA. Mr. Dyer's story is not simply a record of titles held. It is a Jamaican story. Humble beginnings, big dreams, hard work, service, risk, recovery, and impact. Mr. Dyer was first made a director of the board of TF on its inauguration, and later served as chairman from 2007 to 2011, and again from 2016 until 2026, when he retired. Under his stewardship, TEF became a vehicle through which tourism gives back through infrastructure, community development, resort enhancement, worker training, cultural assets, innovation, and linkages. So today, Madam Speaker, we thank him for believing, and I'm saying this about Montego Bay, Dr. Chan, believing in Montego Bay, for proving that Jamaicans can own and lead in tourism, for helping build cultural tourism through music and enterprise, for shaping TEF into an instrument of impact, and for reminding us that service above self still matters. Honorable Godfrey Dyer's life teaches us that trust is earned over time, confidence is built through performance, and legacy is secured through service. That, Madam Speaker, is where today's theme begins. Madam Speaker, today I speak to the state and direction of Jamaica's tourism sector under a theme that is both timely and necessary: trust and confidence. It is timely because we are governing in an age of global uncertainty, where economic shocks, climate disruptions, geopolitical instability, technological change, misinformation, fragile supply chain, and rising public expectations are testing every institution and industry. It is necessary because no industry can survive on shifting sand. Without investor confidence and real benefits to our people, the foundation of tourism successes cannot endure. In tourism, these pressures are especially sharp. When uncertainty rises, travel is often one of the first decisions people reconsider. Visitors must feel confident enough to book, board, and spend. Investors must feel confident enough to commit. Jamaica must trust that tourism's growth is credible, inclusive, and beneficial. Confidence, Madam Speaker, speaks to performance. Jamaica's ability to compete, recover, grow, and deliver quality consistently. And trust speaks to legitimacy, strong systems, clear standards, modern governance, inclusion, and promises honored. Confidence brings people here, Madam Speaker, but trust brings them back. Trust attracts investment, strengthens belief, and secures the future. That, therefore, Madam Speaker, is the frame for the report that now follows. Madam Speaker, that frame matters. It matters because uncertainty is no longer the exception. It is the operating environment. Tourism is no longer simply a contest of scenery and sunshine. It is a contest of credibility measured by safety, reliability, recovery, and value. That's why Jamaica's strategy now goes beyond promotion. We are building a model grounded in resilience, destination assurance, stronger linkages, inclusive growth, human capital development, and modern governance. Madam Speaker, against this global background, Jamaica's tourism sector has again demonstrated its strength. The story of Jamaica's tourism performance in this reporting period is not a story of defeat, as some might think. It is a story of growth interrupted, confidence tested, recovery organized, impact delivered, and the future being secured. Jamaica's tourism performance must be understood through one defining truth. Hurricane Melissa interrupted our momentum, but it did not diminish our strength. Before Hurricane Melissa struck in October 28, 2025, Jamaica's tourism sector was already advancing with confidence. Visitor arrivals were tracking approximately 2% ahead, while tourism earnings were tracking 5% ahead. That was not entering, therefore, Madam Speaker, the final quarter when the hurricane came in decline. It was entering it with momentum. That momentum was not accidental. It was a result of deliberate policy, disciplined marketing, stronger airlift partnership, sustained investment in tourism product, and the enduring power of brand Jamaica. Then, of course, came Hurricane Melissa, as we know. However, Melissa did not break the Jamaican industry. It revealed the strength of the system we had been building. Through coordinated action by government, industry partners, workers, and communities, Jamaica's tourism industry officially opened on December 15, 2025. When I said we would open 6 weeks after the hurricane, on December 15th, everybody thought I needed to be checked. But that date, Madam Speaker, was more than a reopening. It was a signal to the world that Jamaica was ready, Jamaica was resilient, and Jamaica was rising again. Madam Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to our tourism partners, workers, and operators whose speed, dedication, and unity made the December 15 launch of the peak season possible, especially those who helped to steer the recovery. I am especially moved by the selflessness of our tourism workers who restored hotels, shops, and attractions, even as their own homes suffered damage. Their sacrifice helped to sustain Jamaica's livelihood. Hotels across the sector opened their doors, welcoming displaced workers, media teams, and emergency personnel. And in so doing, Madam Speaker, helped families to begin the process of rebuilding. They provided rooms for staff and their families, accommodation for those supporting the national response. And I can remember Minister Vaz calling me and saying how the JPS people were coming from all over and didn't have anywhere. And the hotels that were half damaged found a way to accommodate these and other personnel who were coming to ensure the recovery took place. So they provided room for staff and their families, accommodation for those supporting the national response, relief supplies, construction material, grants, and interest-free loans. And I want to make that point because there are some who believe that the hotels did nothing for the workers. They provided interest-free loans for a number of workers. I went to some of these facilities, spoke with them, local brands. And I didn't want to call brand names today. And I won't. But when I say local brand, you know what I mean. International brands as well. And the other night, when we were at a certain anniversary, that point was made as to $1 million of grants that were provided to workers to assist them in their recovery from that particular hotel. So, Madam Speaker, our visitors too rallied. And I want to just pause to say thanks to some international agents whose names I can't call because there were so many. But there's one particular one, the World Central Kitchen. Madam Speaker, we housed them, and for my sins, I happen to know the people who were involved with them and managed to help them to get to Jamaica and gave them the convention center as their base. Cost us a little bit, and Maureen James and her team had to work very hard to bring it back. But they were able, Madam Speaker, to provide over 3 million meals for workers and people across the Western Jamaica, while at the same time provided jobs for 350 ground transportation operators who were carrying the food and supplies all across the region. Madam Speaker, that to me is confidence. That to me is trust. So, Madam Speaker, repeat guests launch grassroots funding campaigns even on their own. At Coca-Cola Palm in the Grill, one visitor shared how her 8th grade daughter, Gabby Nichols, raised $7,500. May sound small to you, but this is a little girl, an 8th grader, a visitor to Jamaica, and she used GoFundMe to raise $7,500 to help workers in that part of the grid. Others cleared debris, help repair properties, and deliberately spend their local independent businesses and vendors. Madam Speaker, that response confirms something deeper than demand. Jamaica has built an emotional bond with the world. To our workers, therefore operators, partners, and visitors who became family, thank you for your hands, your hearts, and your unwavering love for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, let us now turn to the numbers. In 2025, Jamaica welcomed 3.7 million visitors, notwithstanding Hurricane Melissa, which tells you we are really 4-point-something million destination and a 4-point-something billion revenue destination. And I'll talk a little about that later on, Madam Speaker, as we get into the third phase of our development. So that including, Madam Speaker, 4.6 million stopover visitors and 1.1 million cruise passengers, whose estimated gross income, notwithstanding the 3.7, was still $4 billion. Even under extraordinary shocks, therefore, Jamaica delivered visitors, foreign exchange, and sustained economic activity across communities, enterprises, and households. And let us be clear, The decline was not caused by a loss of love for Jamaica, that 3.7 million I spoke about. It was not caused by a loss of demand for Jamaica. It was caused by an extraordinary interruption to a destination that was already growing. So through March, up to this March 26, and I wanted to give you a little better detail, my director of tourism is looking straight at me, that up to May of this year, with only 70% of our inventory available, we have already cleared 1 million stopover arrival and 664,000 cruise passengers. And we're getting back the inventory. And we're getting it back, so we'll talk about that a little later. So the Jamaica Tourism Board and I moved quickly to recalibrate our strategy. We went back into the market with urgency and purpose, reigniting destination marketing and advertising across our major source markets, the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Europe, and Latin America. Working with major integrated booking partners, we acted to stimulate demand, protect market share, reassure the travel trade, and convert confidence in Jamaica into bookings. This is the new discipline of tourism recovery, Madam Speaker. Move early, protect confidence, defend market share, and position destination for renewed growth. The strength of brand Jamaica is also visible in the airlift data. In 2025, Jamaica's 2 major international airports handed 3.9 million total air seats, generating 3.1 million passenger arrivals, with an overall load factor of 80.6%. That piece of statistic is important, 80, meaning to say the demand of which I spoke was there. Because even though the airlines were not coming in the profusion that was before the hurricane, they were all coming full, which meant they were leaving passengers behind. So while capacity constraints remain real, the recovery is moving with purpose. As of mid-April, Jamaica's hotel capacity was projected to recover to be more than 80% by summer, meaning to say more hotels are now going to be open starting in July, in August, September, October, and by December we'll be somewhere about 95%, and the first quarter of 27 we will be 100% restored in terms of our inventory. We saw that clearly, Madam Speaker, as major properties reopened, and I must tell you with pride that today 80,000 hotel workers have returned to work. Rooms came back into inventory, but more important, Madam Speaker, jobs came back onto Jamaica households. The Tourism Recovery Task Force, which I appointed on the heels of the storm, led to the rebuilding process, while the Jamaica Cares Committee mobilized partners, coordinated relief, and supported the people who are the backbone of the tourism industry. And Madam Speaker, I want to just pause to recognize the leaders of those two task forces. They're not in the audience today, John Biles and Jessica Shannon, but they did your person's work to ensure that a level of mobilization from our partners overseas to assist our people in Jamaica was at a level unprecedented. They mobilized over 500 pallets of critical relief supplies, mobilized support approximating $15 million US. Madam Speaker, that's about 2.3 billion Jamaican dollars. And they brought 6,000 care packages, and over 8,000 workers of the industry in those 5 western parishes benefited from this. Madam Speaker, the private sector and the Ministry of Tourism through the government combined to create a program called TARP, which was to assist tourism workers primarily who came through, and I want to make that point, came through the HR department of the hotels, and also who were hotel tourism entrepreneurs, like craft entrepreneurs, craft vendors, and like ground transportation people and so on. And that there was a whole system that was set up, properly structured, to enable, Madam Speaker, that the beneficiaries would come primarily from the sector. And I'll say no more about that, but to focus that the beneficiaries were to come from the sector. Anything else you hear from any source is not true. I say no more on that matter, Madam Speaker. So recovery also had to protect the productive links that allow tourism value to reach Jamaican hands. So through Alex, and Alex is our platform that we have established to connect our small players, particularly small farmers, those that have acreage of 2.5 and 3 acres. And we work with RADA in setting up Alex. And I must tell you that that linkage network, Madam Speaker, is the envy of many of our tourism partners internationally, because they want to know how we manage to do it. And for those who are saying tourism not helping the liquor man, and we hear it, you know. But I'll have more to say about that later on. Madam Speaker, that platform connected 2,000 farmers to tourism demand, with 2.57 million kilos of produce sold. The wider linkage network, Madam Speaker, that we established brought 995.1 million in agricultural revenue. More than 1 billion Jamaica through manufacturing. And these manufacturing now is not the big guys. It's not the Grace Kennedys and the Sectorals and the Westinghouse and all them big guys who supply tourism that people talk about, linkages and retention, which I'll talk about later on. But these were little people who we helped through Exim Bank loan, that we established $1 billion we put in Exim Bank to lend to little people in the industry, small hotel owners. And we put $250 million at Jamaica National Small Business for the ground transportation people so they can help to build back after this. And bigger get a bus, yes. And Madam Speaker, through that, we established a marketing framework also called Christmas in July. And last year alone, with all the problem, 168 million Jamaican dollars of business went through those small players. So, Madam Speaker, we are building also the workforce for the next stage of growth. Through the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, more than 25,000 Jamaican workers have been certified under international benchmark programs. Annual certification output has grown from 40 graduates when I started the program in 2017 to more than 3,000 certified persons annually. In last year alone, 3,273 certificates were issued. I want you to listen to this. From 3,589 registration, listen, producing an overall pass rate among the workers of the tourism industry of 91%. You tell me where you get that level of pass in any of the institutional arrangements that we have in education in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean. So these certificates covered guest service, food safety, hospitality supervision, hospitality management, hotel operation, leadership, revenue management, culinary development, and other disciplines essential to service excellence and upward mobility. Madam Speaker, we established also the 2 academies a gastronomy academy, and I'm proud to say we are the first Caribbean country to graduate executive sous chefs, and I have them in the audience. I have them in the audience, our executive sous chefs. Yes, Madam Speaker. First time in our history. And they are all working, and they are now part of the brigade that is going to replace. Yes. Those who we would have to ask to come in order to occupy those higher positions in tourism. We also established an entertainment academy where we are training our performers, our singers and dancers, so that they can perform at the level that is appropriate. Because we have to understand that tourism brings cultures from all over the world. People with different tastes and different desires for different kind of artistic expressions. And therefore, it is not just to pick up somebody from the street and say, come sing. No, touch up. We are now making sure that we are preparing you, and DJs are graduating from the program, so we can give a fulsome program that will be satisfactory to the visitors of our country. Madam Speaker, this commitment to workers is also reflected in the continued performance of the Tourism Workers Pension Scheme. This scheme now has a fund value of 5.3 billion Jamaican dollars of savings now, savings. Because we put $1 billion there to seed the fund, you remember? Yeah. So that we could have some people called augmented pensioners, meaning to say, if you join at age 59 and you only have 5 years to contribute, you would get a pension the size of which you would have gotten if you had started at the first age 18. Nowhere else in the world that is happening. So far, over 10,000 workers have registered in the program. These numbers represent more than financial growth. They represent greater security, dignity, confidence of the people whose labor sustain Jamaica's tourism industry. What defines this year, Madam Speaker, is that tourism once again proved itself, not merely as an industry, but as a national platform for jobs, enterprise, foreign exchange, community confidence, cultural pride, and shared prosperity. So, let the message be clear. Jamaica is not simply recovering what was lost. Jamaica is building what comes next. And so we say growth was interrupted, confidence was tested, recovery was organized, impact was delivered, and Jamaica is rising stronger, smarter, more inclusive, and more determined than ever before. So, Madam Speaker, the journey ahead. Having reviewed the performance of this 25 to 26 financial year, we must now examine the journey that made our resilience possible. Performance tells us what happened. History tells us what the sector withstood and how it withstood shocks. Strategy tells us what must now change if tourism is to deliver greater value, deeper inclusion, stronger resilience, and broader prosperity for the Jamaican people. I framed that journey, Madam Speaker, in 3 phases. 1, Tourism 1.0, Tourism 2.0, and Tourism 3.0. Tourism 1.0 was the era of brand creation, global recognition, when Jamaica moved from natural beauty and cultural appeal to organized global destination status. Its modern institutional foundation was laid in 1955 with the formation of the Jamaica Tourist Board. The results were transformational. Under Abe Issa, visitors grew from approximately 86,000 in 1955 to approximately 227,000 by independence 1962. That growth changed national belief. It proved that tourism could become an engine of post-independence development. Under John Pringle, Jamaica then shaped the international face of a newly independent nation. Tourism 2.0 was the era of expansion, investment, production diversification, and institutional maturity. From 1996 to May 2026, Jamaica shifted from simply marketing the destination to strengthening the ecosystem behind it. TPDCO embedded standards, licensing, quality assurance, and workforce compliance. The Tourism Enhancement Fund gave the sector a dedicated financial engine for infrastructure, environmental management, product development, and community development. Madam Speaker, this era also taught us that growth without resilience is unsustainable. In 2018, Jamaica established the first in the world of a global tourism resilience and crisis management center, positioning Jamaica as a global thought leader in shock responses. That capacity, pivotal, vital, and proved to be very vital to us in COVID-19, when Jamaica's resilient corridors allowed us to reopen safely and protect lives, livelihood, and confidence. It also guided our disciplined recovery through Hurricane Melissa. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Tourism 2.0 is the bridge. Tourism 1.0 gave us visibility. Tourism 2.0 gave us capability. Now, Tourism 3.0 must deliver transformation. Our task is not merely to grow tourism in the old way. It is to move tourism to a higher level of national value, defined not only by arrivals and rooms, but by stronger local retention, deeper inclusion, better governance, resilient infrastructure, higher workforce capability, stronger community participation, and confidence that tourism is serving the national interest. Madam Speaker, as we step into this new frontier, our targets have to evolve too. You recall that our first target was 5 by 5 by 5. And that growth agenda, Madam Speaker, was behind the engine of Tourism 2.0. It did exactly what we asked it to do, driving up arrivals, boosting earnings, adding rooms, and creating jobs. But as we enter Tourism 3.0, we have to think bigger because our potential is bigger. Old metrics simply are not enough anymore. Moving forward, our new goal will be guided by the ministry's bolder, more visionary 10 by 10 by 10 growth program. That is to achieve 10 million visitors over the next 10 years and earn $10 billion for the people of Jamaica. This new framework is designed to multiply tourism success across 10 strategic pillars, ensuring deeper local integration, fairer opportunities, and real equity for everyday Jamaicans. So, Madam Speaker, now the context, roadmap, and governance for Jamaica's next tourism economy. 3.0 is not a slogan, Madam Speaker. It is a new development architecture for Jamaica. It begins with a powerful recognition. Tourism is no longer only about hotels, airport, cruise piers, beaches, attractions, and arrival. Tourism is an economy. It is a place where agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, culture, entertainment, health, wellness, technology, transport, finance, security, and community enterprises connect with the global visitor. It is where the farmer reaches the hotel kitchen, where the manufacturer enters the guest room, where the artist meets the global audience, where the worker, entrepreneur, investor, and community become part of one national value chain. The future we pursue, therefore, is not merely a larger tourism sector. It is a stronger Jamaican economy. That is the central proposition of Tourism 3.0. Tourism must not merely grow in Jamaica. Tourism must grow Jamaica. It must mean more Jamaican produce in hotel kitchens, more Jamaican-made goods in hotel rooms, more Jamaican culture in visitor experiences, more Jamaican entrepreneurs in value chain, more communities participating in the product, and more workers moving from, and listen to this, from employment to advancement, from service to certification, from vulnerability to security, and from worker to owner. And here, Madam Speaker, I want to pause to recognize 2 Jamaicans who started in the hotel business at the very bottom of the scale. And today, one, Shernet Crichton, is the first Jamaican managing director for an international tourism entity. And here is she in our audience. The second is Clifton Reeder, who is now the first Jamaican to be a regional manager for an international hotel chain. Madam Speaker, I don't complain and quarrel when claims are made. I simply show the facts. So, Madam Speaker, the future will not regard destinations that drift. It will reward destinations that organize. That is why Tourism 3.0 must now move from aspiration to execution, from a clear roadmap and measurable impact. Our roadmap, therefore, Madam Speaker, rests on 10 priorities. And I want to go through those 10 priorities because it's at the heart of Tourism 3.0. 1, purposeful growth and market resilience. Madam Speaker, purposeful growth must be anchored in access and connectivity. I am pleased to announce that East North Jamaica continues its post-Hurricane Melissa recovery. Air confidence in the destination remains strong. At this stage of recovery, we are all overall seat capacity is approximately 20% below, and this is phenomenal. 80% is what it is of our 25 period. Because largely, Madam Speaker, 25% of our hotel rooms, as I indicated before, are now temporarily unavailable. Yet demand remains firm, with average airline load factor of approximately 85%, and some months reaching as high as 92%. In anticipation of more rooms returning to service, the Ministry of Tourism and the JTB have secured a new wave of air connectivity to support the next phase of recovery and growth. This includes expanded service by Virgin Atlantic from Heathrow to 7 flights weekly, Madam Speaker. British Airways from Gatwick to 4 flights weekly, and Copa Airlines from Panama to 14 flights weekly. It is also including new services from Wingo out of Mediation, Breezes out of Tampa, Porter out of Toronto, Ottawa, and Hamilton, Air Canada from Halifax, Ottawa, Edmonton, and Winnipeg, and enhanced regional connectivity from Guadeloupe. And the importance of that one, small as it may be, is it connects to France, Madam Speaker, to Paris for the first time. So this is a signal of confidence. It tells us that our airline partners believe in Jamaica, that consumer demand was held, and that recovery is being organized with purpose. The second pillar, Madam Speaker, is cruise access and visitor conversion. And Madam Speaker, here I want to point out that my Minister of State is being made fully responsible for cruise development and expansion in Jamaica. And for those who think that that situation is not on track, because I heard rumblings to that effect when I was trying to get more flights to come to Jamaica out of Spain. You understand me? That approximately 1.5 million cruise passengers are expected to come this year, even with Melissa. And that is a powerful platform for growth. My Minister of State has had several encounters already with the leadership of the cruise lines all over the U.S. And she's come back with reports that cruise expansion and development is secure. And we are currently in some discussions that I'm not ready yet to tell us all about. But when it happens, cruise is going to account for nearly half of that 10 million visitors that I spoke about for the next 10 years. I say no more on that. The third pillar is destination upgrading and climate resilience infrastructure. Madam Speaker, Tourism 3.0 requires destinations that are visibly better, safer, cleaner, safer, and more resilient. NARA gives Jamaica the national mechanism to coordinate that work. Reduce fragmentation, accelerate delivery, and ensure that reconstruction begins and upgrading is happening. Madam Speaker, we saw the Prime Minister put a map which shows the type of development that is likely across Jamaica. All of those developments will inure to tourism product development in Jamaica. And at another time, we will enumerate them because I have a program to work with the investment side of it. And in September and December, I'll be going off to meet with some of those people and to establish the bridge, the investment bridge for the tourism development that NARA will drive. So, Madam Speaker, this is not recovery, Madam Speaker, only. It is product development. Every resilient road, upgraded beach facility, well-lit town center, stronger drainage system, and digitally connected space improves the tourism experience. It gives visitors confidence, workers reliability, investors assurance, and community visible benefits. Under Tourism 3.0, NARA must help convert reconstruction in a stronger tourism product that is more competitive, more inclusive, and better prepared for climate shocks. It is a practical bridge, Madam Speaker, between national rebuilding and destination transformation for Jamaica, our people, and visitors alike. The fourth pillar, Madam Speaker, is local first and economic retention. And here I want again to tell you that my Minister of State has already started the work in preparing local first. She has been meeting with stakeholders, having consultation, and she has written a voluminous piece already for me on the principles of local first. For too long, Madam Speaker, for too long, much tourism value. To speak about the member from North Central St. Andrew would take me a full presentation. For too long, too much tourism values have leaked out of small island economies. I want us to pause and listen to this one. Team, this is very important because this is at the heart of the contention about tourism, the issue of retention. And I want us to pay a little attention to this, if you will. So for too long, too much tourism value has leaked out of small island economies before transforming the lives of local people. Tourism 3.0 must change that by moving Jamaica from being only a place where tourism is consumed to a country where more of tourism is produced, supplied, packaged, distributed, and owned by Jamaicans. So the action is to implement local first as a practical economic program, not as a slogan, but as a new operating discipline for tourism growth. Local first means stronger local sourcing, supplier development, procurement reform, logistics, financing, quality assurance, standards, readiness for everything, market access, and measurable domestic value retention. Madam Speaker, just for those who have another view, in 2016 when we began, 10 years ago, the retention of the dollar was 20 cents. 20 cents. Today, it is 40.8 cents in the dollar. And when you do the math against 4.5, 4.7 billion US dollars in earning, that is 1.7 billion US dollars that circulates in the economy retained from the tourism activity. And you will hear what the new figure is going to be for retention under 10 by 10 by 10. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that Cabinet has approved local first concept notes already, and we will now move forward to the development of the policy. But policy alone will not be enough. We must now build the systems that allow local businesses to compete, supply, and deliver at scale. And there we move to the fifth pillar. And that one, tourism, is, Madam Speaker, the Tourism Logistics Supply Center. I'm going to say it again, lest there be any confusion in my voice. The Tourism Logistics Supply Center. And I see the member from Western St. Andrew understanding what we're talking about here. So this is why the Tourism Logistics Supply Center is important. It must be seen, Madam Speaker, more than a warehouse. This is why we intend to establish the Jamaica Supply Logistics as the operating system for the supply side of the tourism economy, facilitating industrial expansion and creating economies of scale and scope. The Tourism Supply Logistics Center will be the fifth industry-specific special economic zone under the SEZ Act of 2016. So the government has already established the SEZ and the Logistics Center. And tourism intends to be the first included in that facility there. Today, Madam Speaker, I am also pleased to announce that the Ministry of Tourism will work with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Minister and I had the discussion. The Minister of Agriculture, Planning and Mining to realize this project, because that is a little more than safeguarding the future of the industry. It is also expanding the scope of activities within tourism and providing job opportunities on a wider scale. This is how, Madam Speaker, we are going to move the small businesses from the margins of tourism value chain into the center of tourism opportunity. The Tourism Supply Logistics Center will support coordination, warehousing, cold chain capacity, inventory planning, and I can go on to all of the other areas that it will cover. It will serve Jamaica's tourism economy, strengthening the link between our hotels, attraction, farmers, manufacturers, distributors, and service providers. But the opportunity is also regional, and I want to make that point, because Jamaica is not just for Jamaica. Jamaica is for the Caribbean and the region. And so discussions are underway with CTO and IDB on how best to support a broader regional approach to tourism supply logistics, including the funding of a study to help to shape the Caribbean strategy. And I've been asked to chair that subcommittee, and already I have met. And already I have met with the board of directors of IDB, and they have given the undertaking that Jamaica will be the pilot project. That we will start here in Jamaica, and then we'll scale up and expand into the region. So, Madam Speaker, the measurable impact will be increased local procurement, reduced import leakage, stronger local sourcing rates, very important, meaning cheaper goods for the industry, more Jamaican suppliers registered and certified, more small and medium tourism enterprises contracted by tourism businesses. And this is where a number of them are outside. If you notice, they have brought their wares to show you their capabilities. And they will be upscaled to be able to supply at the higher end. So we will have higher farm to hotel sales, increased use of Jamaican-made goods, expanded agro-processing and manufacturing opportunities, stronger community income, and greater domestic retention of the tourism earning. That, Madam Speaker, is Tourism 3.0 in practice. Policy connected to systems and systems connected to opportunities. The sixth pillar is the future readiness of our workers and human capital advancement. Madam Speaker, I have a very detailed one on this, and I recognize the time constraints that we're working through. But this House has heard more and more how passionate we are about human capital development in tourism. The level of certification that has happened, the type of training to enable mobility within the industry, and the number of also portability arrangements that will enable our workers to work anywhere in the world, pull out their stackable credential and show off and say, I am an executive sous chef from Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the future of tourism cannot be built only on rooms and routes and new attractions. It must be built on new skills. So Tourism 3.0 requires a workforce prepared for a world in which artificial intelligence, automation, digital booking systems, reputation platforms, data tools, and new service models are changing how tourism operates. This is why our action is to expand training, certification, professional development, digital literacy, AI readiness, leadership training, entrepreneurship pathways, labor market intelligence, and worker welfare programs. Within this broader workforce agenda, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce a new step in preparing our tourism workers for the future. We will be, and I want us to listen to this one, we will be integrating artificial intelligence into the delivery of foreign language training for tourism workers. This is a deliberate and practical intervention, Madam Speaker, as Jamaica protects its core markets while expanding into Latin America, Europe, the Caribbean, India, the Middle East, and other high-potential markets. Our workers must be equipped to communicate with greater confidence across languages, cultures, and visitor expectations. This approach also supports our broader commitment to provide stackable credentials for tourism workers, credentials that build progressively, certify real competencies, and unlock new employment and advancement opportunities across the sector. This objective is not technology for technology's sake. The objective is to better service, stronger confidence, higher employability, and greater upward mobility for the Jamaican workers. Madam Speaker, I could go on to tell you how it will affect the housekeeper and every layer of worker by not removing the smiles, but improving the efficiencies. And that's what we are all about. Madam Speaker, the seventh pillar is digital transformation, data and artificial intelligence. I touched on that a little earlier, but Madam Speaker, for your benefit, I just want to tell you that the Jamaica Tourist Board is building a more responsive marketing ecosystem. We are investing in advanced content systems and marketing tools that allow us to deliver more personalized communication, align our messaging with interests and behavior of individual travelers, and speak more directly to the audiences we are trying to convert. We have also introduced an AI-based multilingual digital concierge that uses real-time data to respond to visitor queries and support trip planning. Where needed, it can transition users seamlessly to live agents, creating a smoother path from interest to action. This is supported by a modern content framework that structures Jamaica's destination information so that it can be accessed and understood not only by people, but also by AI-driven platforms that are increasingly shaping how travelers search and plan. This matter, Madam Speaker, it does matter because visibility alone is no longer enough. Jamaica must discover and understand more and more, and we must become more bookable and to provide a more persuasive channel and to utilize technology in a way that influences traveler behavior. We're also placing greater emphasis on data agility. One of the key initiatives underway is a centralized real-time insight dashboard that will bring together audience behavior, tourism trends, Jamaica-specific performance data and campaign performance into one integrated view. This will also help us to see what is happening as it happens, adjust our messaging quickly, optimize media spend, and capture emerging opportunities before they pass. Madam Speaker, we move to the 8th, and I beg you, the time to just finish definitely 3.0. We have two more pillars on this. Destination assurance standards and visitor confidence. Madam Speaker, the modern traveler. Yes, please, yes. The rules of the House is that you should ask it. Madam Speaker, the modern traveler is making a trust calculation before every trip. Firstly, they ask, is the destination safe? Is it clean? Is it reliable? Is it prepared? Are the standards high? Can I move with confidence? If something goes wrong, will the system respond? Those are the key questions that Tourism 3.0 must answer for a more disciplined and structured destination. And that is why we are strengthening licensing, registration, standards, inspection, compliance, enforcement, health resilience, environmental responsibility, visitor safety, service quality, and crisis preparedness. Destination assurance policies, Madam Speaker, has already been tabled in the House, and we will move to the next stage thereafter. Madam Speaker, we've done studies on destination plans for St. Thomas and Negril, and we are moving to other areas as we have discussions with them all. Madam Speaker, tourism worker welfare is at the fundamental element of destination assurance. We cannot promise our visitors world-class, seamless, and authentic Jamaican experience if the very people who deliver that experience do not feel secure, valued, and empowered. Our strategy anchored in this promise are three critical pillars. First, the robust human capital development I spoke about. Secondly, the tourism workers' pension scheme. And Madam Speaker, beyond that is the tourism housing development program, which already 3,000 houses are under construction for workers. We are also going to require that every investor that comes to Jamaica building 500 rooms or more must have a provision for housing for the workers of the industry. The final step, Madam Speaker, is a discussion which we have commenced with some of the mortgage houses in the country to look at something we call patient mortgage. Patient mortgage, to allow for the tourism worker who, because of the structure of income and perhaps not able to bring all their income into one package, will be able to have longer mortgage so that they could pay a lower rate and be able to access housing in Jamaica. But that's a study and discussion which is on. The final area for worker labor market ecosystem that we're working on is a HMO. And having looked at how our tourism pension scheme funding is accreting, we are looking down the road to see how we can look at now a health plan for the workers of the tourism industry. Madam Speaker, the 9th pillar is the development of public and community spaces. And this one is very critical to all of us, especially MPs in this House. Madam Speaker, the same principle applies to the spaces where tourism and community life meets. Destination upgrading is not about hotels, airports, and cruise piers only. It is about the public and community spaces where ordinary Jamaicans live, work, trade, gather, and welcome the world. A visitor experience through Jamaica is more than a room or a hotel. To that extent, Madam Speaker, we are going to strengthen the very popular Spruce Up on the Corner program, which already has brought, Madam Speaker, some 35 community projects last year and spent over $129 million for the benefit of community development.
Minister,
since we began the program, 417 community projects have been established and over $1.9 billion expended in the process. Madam Speaker,
Minister, you have no more time left, so could you wrap up at 10.0
Madam Speaker, I'm
and summarize?
Up just now.
Do not read.
Thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate it very much. Madam Speaker, this I'm going to have to come back with statement by ministers to complete, because the future and the look of tourism is important for us to understand, because we are creating an economy here. We're not talking about an industry. We're talking about an economy. So the final pillar, Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. The final pillar is a modern tourism governance and tourism authority, so that tourism 3.0 cannot be delivered through outdated systems. We cannot ask the sector to move faster if our institutions move slowly. We cannot ask the investor to trust the future if the rules are unclear. We cannot ask the communities to believe in tourism if the benefits are not visible. And so, Madam Speaker, we intend to establish to repeal the current Tourism Act, the one which we brought before. We have removed that, of course, a very important part of the new tourism, because today they represent 30% of the visitor arrivals in Jamaica. And I just quickly make the point before I close that, Madam Speaker, we will be talking more about the Tourism Authority and the governance structure which will define the way forward under Tourism 10.10. But, Madam Speaker, just allow me to wrap up now by saying that the future, Madam Speaker, the direction that we are choosing, a tourism economy that is trusted because it is well governed, resilience because it is prepared, inclusion because it is local, competitiveness because it's intelligent. Madam Speaker, this is the direction. Tourism 3.0 will move from policy language to institutional action. And we will ensure that the outcome from this great industry will inure to the people of Jamaica, and we will change the name and the reference from being an extractive industry to be an extracting industry for the people of Jamaica.
House Leader. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we thank the Minister of Tourism for an exceptional presentation. Definitely chalk, as one member once said, chalk to cheese, you know? Action-oriented. We will now continue the sectorial, and we will hear from the Member of Parliament from Western Westmoreland, Mr. Ian Hayles.
Madam.
Please make welcome, members. Quiet. Please make welcome to his feet the Member of Parliament for Westmoreland Western. Member of Parliament for Westmoreland Western. Please go through the procedural matters until your presentation comes on screen, like speaking from a seat other than your own.
Madam Speaker, I seek permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
You're not hearing?
We're not hearing you at all, actually.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution.
Member from Westmoreland Western, just take your seat for a little bit to allow those members in the gallery from the previous presentation to depart and allow your visitors to come in, as well as a change in presentation. Member from Westmoreland Western.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to make my contribution at the start of my 4th term in this honorable House. Yes, number 4. Now representing the people of the great constituency of Western Westmoreland, the parish of my birth. I wish to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. I wish to thank my family for their unwavering support through every season of my life. And to my constituency executive, I express my thanks and gratitude. I also want to thank the people of Western Westmoreland for welcoming me back home. It is because of you why I can stand here today with a profound sense of honor and humility. On September 3rd, 2011, constituents cast your ballot for my name and for your party, the People's National Party. Most importantly, for a vision of what we can achieve. Because of this vision, no long lines could stop your vote, and you delivered a clear message of who you wanted as your member of parliament. So, Madam Speaker, the best way for me to demonstrate my most sincere gratitude is to come to this honorable House and work for the people of Western Westmoreland. My mandate is not for myself. It belongs to every person who knocked on a door, who stood in the rain at a polling station, who believed that their voice deserved to be heard in this chamber. I carry that responsibility with me to this seat and will honor it with every word I speak and with every vote I cast within these walls. Western Westmoreland, I am here because of you, and I am here for you. Madam Speaker, to my colleagues on this side and in the entire House, I just want to say thanks for the constant support and friendship. I want to say thanks. Madam Speaker, I must also hasten to thank the Leader of the Opposition, Mark Jefferson Golden, One Marky G, for giving me the opportunity to serve the constituency of Western Westmoreland and giving me the responsibility to shadow the portfolio of water. So, Madam Speaker, I stand here today in what I still consider an honorable House. Yes, Madam Speaker, an honorable House. As I sit here week after week, I cannot help but think we sometimes do our brothers, Jamaican brothers and sisters, a great disservice by fueling a narrative that all we do is fight in Parliament. Some even call us the gangs of God House. Yet I know we can send a better message. So, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that when we come to this house to meet and the bright lights turn on for the sitting of Parliament, we shine bright and positive also. Madam Speaker, it is my conviction and belief that the People's National Party has always done a better job in serving the poor and vulnerable of our country. In serving those who some may consider to be have-nots. So, Madam Speaker, I don't fool myself. We're on two separate tracks. We have different belief systems, but we all should be focused on the same destination, a better Jamaica for all Jamaicans. So, Madam Speaker, my approach is simple. I came here to work. The people of Western Westmoreland expect me to work, so we must work together. We can agree to disagree once it does not stop the work of the people. No political party affiliation should be punished, should anyone be punished on this side in getting the resources for the people of our constituency. And I will always hold the government accountable to do the work of the people. So, Madam Speaker, this is still the only place I can come to beg for roof for the roofless after Hurricane Melissa. Even when I am told no after no, to be told by this side, to be told by your side, the elected government for all Jamaicans, that because my side is not in power, there is no meaningful help for roads, no help for water supply, no help for the garbage correction in Western Westmoreland. But yes, I still come. Madam Speaker, I live by the good book, the Bible, and as it says in Galatians chapter 6, verse 9, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. So to my colleagues on this side, I say let's not become weary. Let's continue to do good. The time must come. We must be persistent for the people even when we are told no. Let's send a message to the country that nothing will stop us from doing their business, the business of the people. To all government ministers and members of cabinet, I say let us have civil discussion as we do in social gatherings, because the people of Jamaica are depending on us. This has never been more urgent than it is now. 8 months after Hurricane Melissa, when Jamaicans in hard-hit parishes continue to suffer. 8 months or 230 days later. 230 nights under tarpaulin. 230 days of no or little employment. 230 days of still no light and no water. And for still too many, 230 days of unimaginable suffering. Better must be done. Madam Speaker, I turn to the immediate matter at hand, the water portfolio. Let me say from the onset, I am not here only to criticize today. Water is too important to the people of Jamaica and to our future to not offer solution. But first, we must get a realistic picture of what the water situation in our country is today. Even though water is life, in 2026, 24% of Jamaican households are still not connected to a potable water supply. In a sectoral presentation on April 28 this year, Minister Samuda said Jamaica stood as one of 14 countries that launched a national water compact with an ambition of water security for 1 billion people by 2030. Madam Speaker, it is one thing for sure. This government is full of acronyms, branding, and big words. 2030 is only 3.5 years away. Lots of work needs to be done, so let us examine the case together. In Minister Samuda's presentation, he included a table to demonstrate the plan to access by constituency. The challenge, Madam Speaker, is he listed 34 projects across the country at a cost of $4.2 billion. But $3.6 billion, or 85% of this money, was being spent in constituency with a Jamaica Labour Party member of Parliament. So my question, Madam Speaker, is simply, is only constituency with JLP supporters need expanded access to water? Minister, I put it to you, Jamaicans who voted for PNP members of Parliament also need access to water. Madam Speaker, it is for this reason that I recommend that there be a transparent system for identifying the projects for expansion of access, and that these projects be published with a project update every quarter. Without this, we will be unable to know whether meaningful progress is being made. In addition, I believe that the country needs a master plan outlining how water access will be expanded. Jamaica deserves to know where water deserts now exist, where only community standpipes now exist, where water supply is at low level, and how you plan on fixing it. It is only with such a deliberate and strategic plan that we can measure true improvement in access. This is how the minister and appointed boards should be setting policy direction for the NWC. Every day, the hard-working employee of the NWC and other entities get up and go to work. Any failure in the system is not their failure. It is the failure of policy direction. Until policy and direction is given, the life-changing impact of water will not reach many Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, the truth is Jamaica's existing water supply system operates in silos and are inefficient. So in looking at improved access, I must also speak to linkages, supply, and demand. Jamaica has over 1,000 water treatment and water pumping facilities and 11,000 kilometers of pipe. It supplies an estimated 190 million gallons of water daily to its customers. Yet most of the systems are not linked. What we have are independent systems with almost zero focus on strategically having supplies in areas that are faced with constant drought or no supplies. We must be futuristic in any approach being taken as we try to play catch-up. This can be supported by looking at the transfer of water via linked transmission lines. Guided by supply charting and demand planning, there should be a comprehensive assessment and implementation of a large-scale project of linking transmission line, so that once and for all, across Jamaica, we will have real opportunity to get potable water for existing lines. Madam Speaker, we know that linkage is based on supply and demand work. Just look at what is being done to move water from Marthaburg and Trelawney to the Great River in Hanover, supplying Trelawney, St. James, and Hanover, where for the first time thousands of Jamaicans will now have access to potable water. In short, this is an important policy shift, as without linkages we will continue to truck water across Jamaica for a very long time, with this cycle repeating itself year after year. But Madam Speaker, while the goal of expanding access is noteworthy, I would like to recommend to the Minister that he address the inconsistency delivery of water even for those who are already connected. Because, Madam Speaker, let's not fool ourselves by thinking that once you're connected to the supply, you will have water. No, not also. Those of us in rural Jamaica especially know all too well that when the Jamaica Public Service Company grid goes down, we are not only without electricity, but hundreds of critical water transmission lines goes down also. Madam Speaker, this is more evident when we experience Hurricane Melissa. For days, weeks, and months, Western Jamaica went without light and water. And, Madam Speaker, just 18 days ago on June 5th, with the All-Island blackout, our water transmission lines went down. Again, we must improve the energy efficiency of our water supply. Madam Speaker, I listened to the Water Minister's presentation, and not enough was said about advanced technology in areas of water treatment, ensuring that we pivot and strategically shift from a system that was solely designed to implemented with only one power generation source in mind. The Minister highlighted that the solar pumping system installation at 3 locations under rural water, the NWC Forest Hill Solar Project valued at $81.5 million. The Forest Hill Solar Project represents only 10% of the $885 million Jamaican dollars targeted for energy efficiency. NWC projects, and this will save the NWC 14.2 million Jamaican dollars in electrical costs yearly. While we are happy, it is concluded the country would be shocked to know it is the only project completed for energy efficiency. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, of the 13 projects the Minister identified, this is the only one completed. And 9 of the projects have not even yet started. So, Madam Speaker, my advice is let's not come back here talking about energy efficiency. Action is needed now. We see how fragile our system is in times of crisis and disaster. Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that 10 years from now, the JPS will not be the primary source providing energy, but will be a secondary option operating more like a backup. Madam Speaker, to drive my point home, I want to remind the country that the NWC pays an estimated $1 billion Jamaican dollars monthly for electricity to pump water. If the NWC JPS bill is cut by 50% by technology over the next 10 years, the country and the people of this country will save up to 60 billion Jamaican dollars. Can you imagine how many more people in rural constituencies could get water with those savings? Further, Madam Speaker, the recently published Auditor General report revealed that the NWC owes $33 billion with a B to people and about $5 billion in outstanding collection. That no make no sense. The NWC is challenged with liquidity to pay its bills, which the JPS bill would be one such bill. The Auditor General report said in 2016-2017, for every dollar owed in the short term, the NWC had only 80 cents. But in 2023-2024, for every dollar owed in the short term, the NWC only had 50 cents. They have less cash going in the wrong direction. Where is the policy of the board and government? This cannot be how you run a business. Madam Speaker, energy efficiency solutions are now critical and urgent. Madam Speaker, the Minister spoke to mobilizing investment in the water sector. And this leads me to raise 2 issues. The first is the current ad hoc approach to investment in water. Madam Speaker, the Western Resilience Project is being undertaken at a cost of $425 million US. Phase 1 costed $176 million United States dollars. It will include the replacement of the transmission main between Montego Bay, the Great River Water Treatment, and the Queen of Spain New Martha Brae Treatment Plant in Trelawney, where non-revenue water loss is currently estimated at a high of 71%. Focus will also be placed on the corridor stretching from the Great River Water Treatment Plant westward through Lucy to the Negril Beach Strip, where losses run at a high of 68% of non-revenue water. Madam Speaker, this is all well and good if we had told the people of Western Jamaica the truth. The truth is, the entire corridor infrastructure, road and water, is being upgraded for further tourism expansion. But was it necessary? And was it the most cost-effective solution to be done like this. Madam Speaker, when the minister met with stakeholders in Negril in 2024, the first question I asked myself was, do we, the people of Westmoreland, have the water for the expansion of the system for both residential and tourism consumption for the next 50 years? And the answer was yes. The Roaring River can give you an extra 15 million gallons of water daily. No need to go to Trelawney. The Carburetor River can give you a high of up to 20 million gallons daily. No need to go to Trelawney. Bringing the total available water a total of 35 million gallons every single day. So why then should we spend nearly $500 million United States dollar to give the people of Westmoreland water from Trelawney when the water is already in Westmoreland? Madam Speaker, I can only conclude that it is felt that if you give the people of Western Jamaica water before the tourists, for some strange reason, none will be left for the tourism sector. So in the end, someone made the decision to do the opposite. The project is now designed, will never fulfill demand downstream, and it's an ad hoc and wasteful allocation of capital. The 500 million United States dollars could have been used to upgrade the parishes of St. Anne, St. Mary, Portland, St. Thomas, St. Catherine, Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth. I am therefore calling on the government to do a proper analysis of all the available water supply, current demand for each parish, and the estimates of what the demand will be over the next 50 years. This analysis should then be used to guide the policy direction of the National Water Commission Board and government to determine capacity building for projects such as this one. Until then, we will forever be playing catch-up. That is neither building for resilience nor building wisely. Madam Speaker, the second issue with the level of investment being targeted, it is that this government has a chronic inability to spend the targeted capital allocation. Chronic. Again, from the Auditor General's report, the NWC total capital budget was unspent for all but 1 year over a 5-year period. In 2019-2020, 7.2 billion was budgeted and 8.9 billion used. So they overspent that year. But in 2021 and 2020-2021, 12 billion budget, 5.5 billion used, underspent again. 2021 to 2022, 9.4 billion budgeted, 7.3 billion used, underspent again. 2022-2023, 8.9 billion budgeted, 5 billion used, underspent again. 2023-2024, 7.4 billion budgeted, 5.4 billion used, underspent again. The reasons for underspending, Madam Speaker, vary from delaying execution up to 2.5 years after initial due date, not having pipeline or land access for the work to begin, poor management and communication with contractors. Reports say one of the contractors walk off. Not sure if you'll find him yet, Minister. Madam Speaker, just poor oversight. The independent, well, I'll find him for you then. The Independent Fiscal Commissioner in early June 2026 highlighted 3.3 billion Jamaican dollars in capital projects unspent by the NWC and highlighted the risk resulting. So if both the Auditor General and the Independent Fiscal Commission raise an alarm, why then should we believe that the existing lofty capital budget will be spent? Like every other cabinet member, the minister spoke to NARA as the solution. Poor NARA. I wonder if him expected to solve every single thing. Madam Speaker, what we can all agree on is the consequence of not executing capital projects as articulated by the Auditor General. The failure falls on service delivery, planned investment in water, sewage, and treatment infrastructure deferred or scaled back. In other words, no reliable water for the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, let me now turn to the issue of non-revenue water. Non-revenue water continues to hurt the bottom line and affect the financial performance of the National Water Commission year after year, with no end in sight. It is estimated that 40 to 60% of the water the NWC supplies is classified as non-revenue water, meaning it is not paid for. On the other hand, we have more than 800,000 squatters in this country, with the majority having access to water, but not paid metered water. These Jamaicans who just want to own a piece of the rock to call home and live with dignity, yet they find it difficult year after year to see a path to doing so when applying for metered water. Madam Speaker, the people are losing hope in a system that seems to have been created to hold some Jamaicans back from doing what's right at no fault of their own. Until they own their own land, they still need legal access to potable water. It is a must. Water is life, and we all want that life. So why are we making it difficult for people to get water legally? Thousands of Jamaicans are turned away year after year at the NWC offices for land title issues, to get landlord permission, no proof of address, no national ID or TRN, or they live in a squatter settlement. All this while the NWC pipeline runs right across their doorstep. And we know what our brothers and sisters do out of frustration. Even those who capture a piece of the rock want to have access to paid metered water once the meter is good. Madam Speaker, I am recommending that the NWC implements a good faith application. That once an individual comes through your door to apply for a meter, that person should be granted a temporary meter connection and given 90 days to complete requirements to regularize the application. Let's make a real attempt to start reducing non-revenue water. Madam Speaker, in concluding my contribution on the water portfolio, I would like to make two general suggestions not already covered as it relates to water. Firstly, I believe that we must simplify the governance of water in Jamaica. As it stands now, rural water plays an important role in designing and implementing many small projects across constituencies. The National Irrigation Commission, that uses many of the same water sources as NWC, provides water to our farmers, and even some communities consume the same water. The Parish Council provides and manages minor water supplies for districts and communities. The Water Resources Authority is responsible for the management, protection, and control and allocation and use of Jamaica's water. Madam Speaker, all these entities need to be merged in one executive agency. That will provide greater oversight, stronger collaboration, and improved flow of project implementation. Importantly, they will cost us as Jamaicans less if consolidated. We would cut waste and be more efficient in deploying staff and maintenance and to carry out more projects. Secondly, as part of the mandate, the centralized executive agency must ensure that in delivering water services, the customer must come first. Madam Speaker, the customer focus initiative must be delivered. Smart meter installation, so that there can be confidence in billing amounts and consumers are only charged for the actual amount that they use. Increase responsiveness so customers can actually speak to someone when they call to query on the phone. Fixing the issue of ear-in pipes that gives wrong meter reading from defective meters, responding to broken lines faster, and finally, coordination with other agencies to ensure roads are fixed within 48 hours after works completed. Madam Speaker, if the NWC is to become efficient and profitable, it must focus on improved customer service, deal with the real cause of non-revenue water, and remove politics and government policies that only favors one side. This is the only way the NWC can and become viable. Madam Speaker, before I take my seat, allow me a moment to end where I started, with my employers, the people of Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, of late, their challenges have rested heavily on my heart. Don't even think I've ever had a relationship that pains my heart like how the struggles of the people of Westmoreland have pained my heart, Party Leader, I'm telling you. Madam Speaker, firstly, it pains my heart every time a constituent calls to say police burning down their ganja field. Ganja farmers are being arrested and charged every day and everything in between. So, Madam Speaker, I reflect on, I reason with myself. I have never seen in my lifetime, and I want you to listen to me, because this affects thousands of Jamaicans, and probably most of your constituents. I want you to listen to me, and I feel passionate about this. I have never seen in my lifetime the police burning down cane field or arresting the cane farmers, even though cane produces rum. And rum can cause harm. But they burn down the ganja field. Yet ganja never hurt Jamaica. I see where in my lifetime bauxite production has hurt Jamaica. Just ask the people of Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Ann. But we still encourage and support bauxite production. Ganja farmers remains unsupported. Yet ganja has never hurt Jamaica. In my lifetime, Madam Speaker, tobacco is planted or is imported and come with a health warning. Yet the tobacco fields are not destroyed like the ganja fields, and tobacco continues to be imported. Yet ganja never hurt Jamaica. Madam Speaker, before the current U.S. President leaves office, ganja, aka marijuana, aka cannabis, may very well be legalized in all 52 states at the federal level. Madam Speaker, I appeal to the CLA, free up the industry, free up the license, and make we ensure we work with the farmers of this country. I must stop and thank Mark Golden again for his vision and foresight in starting the process of full legalization. I also want to thank the Cannabis Licensing Authority and its board, Minister Arbin Hill and Minister of State Seavright, for recently assisting me in trying to ensure that small community farmers who cultivate ganja in Western Westmoreland can be legalized and farm without fear of being jailed or watching their crop go up in flames, being fined or convicted. And most importantly, they can reap what they sow and go home to their families, and not a jail cell after a hard day's work. To this Parliament I say, bauxite will be gone soon. Sugar is on its deathbed. Let's ensure that we grow and protect the ganja industry. I pledge my support to the government in developing a legalized industry that will benefit all our people. Madam Speaker, the government under SCJ has over 425 hectares of land in Westmoreland. Most of it is considered idle lands as I speak. Once again, let's free up the license and put our legalized ganja farmers to work as we speak. Let's not fool ourselves. Let's not fool ourselves. When we sell tourism, we sell sun, sea, reggae, and ganja. So every time you hear Minister Bartlett speak about record tourism arrival, just know that one of the reasons why tourists come to Jamaica to make up these numbers is the herb. Secondly, Madam Speaker, every single day my constituency cry out for road and water. From Sheffield, Kettle, Little London, Orange Hill, Brighton, Little Bay, Broughton, Alma, Grange Hill, Tollgate, Truro, Townhead, Blackness, Red Hills, Blue Wary. They're all crying out for road and water. So today again, on behalf of the people, I make representation. Do we need the help? And third and final, Madam Speaker, a large section of employed people in my constituency play a daily role within the tourism sector, delivering Jamaica's acclaimed tourism product. The results are mixed. Multinational profit margins are excellent, and occupancy levels are often high. Yet the reality of low wages for our tourism workers earned each and every day from these multinationals cannot be ignored. And then, Madam Speaker, there are the small, medium-sized operators who build the grill and the tourism sector who now need some urgent attention, and they need it now. So to the government and minister, I urge you to pay attention to the cries of the small tourism operators in the grill. They need help now. Madam Speaker, in closing, I just want to say the government must take a serious look and put a plan of action in place. I encourage the responsible cabinet members to just pick up the phone and call some of the stakeholders in the grill. Call Lee Issa, call Daniel Grizzle, call Lenbert Williams, call Elaine Bradley, call Richard Wallace and Damian Salmon for their thoughts every single day about the reality that they face. As Mr. Penny would say, we are tired of the promises. We are tired of the fancy documents. Let's get some action now. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to thank the people of Westmoreland Western for doing their best, one day at a time, every day just trying to make it happen. I am proud of them. In their darkest hour, in their moments of questioning why Westmoreland, they still fight to keep hope alive. For those of you in Western Westmoreland who are still without a roof and are trying to rebuild, I know you are trying. Keep that hope alive, knowing that this member of parliament, your member of parliament, will continue to fight on your behalf, whether you voted PNP or JLP. Because in the end, whichever track you're on, we all say, Jamaica, land of our birth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the right, sir. As in where? As in that side?
Member from Portland Eastern.
That's the wrong photo. It's the wrong photo. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong photo. Oh.
Member from Portland Eastern, you're saying that's the wrong photograph?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine, Madam Speaker. I can proceed without it. Madam Speaker, permit me to speak from a seat that is not my own.
Permission granted.
Madam Speaker, before you start the clock, my father, Mandy Augustus, Big Youth Buchanan, OD, is here. A man that gave up, he never gave up on his son. My intention today is to make him proud. It took great negotiation skills to get him here, for he's a friend of your husband.
His presence is proof he never wasted his law school money. And my legal team, Alessandra, Iqbal, and John Clark, we did it. Big Youth is here. Permit me to thank the people of Portland Eastern, my extended family, for a resounding victory and giving me the mandate and honor of representing them.
Gallery, no noise in
and
the
if
gallery.
I don't say Miss Monica, Miss Vivian, Miss Cherry, and Angie, I will have no redress. For surely the Port Antonio Police will not take my report against them individually or collectively, for they too are afraid of them. The crime, Madam Speaker, is unconditional love.
Again, no clapping in the gallery.
It doesn't
no
stop
sounds.
there. Madam Speaker, proof that family, wherever they are, is the foundation of any individual. Miss Barbara and Cass are reflections of my mother, the Reverend Dr. Joan Porteous. They have made my transition to East Portland a rite of passage, and I thank them. I thank my team and recognize Councillors Wayne McKenzie and Dexter Rowland as we celebrate 40 unbroken years of holding Port Antonio and Prospect Division. The students of Titchfield High who are in the gallery, I recognize you. One Titch. And Madam Speaker, you might not know it, but I won Mr. Law many years ago, and Mr. Titchfield is here. He intends to be a member of Parliament one day. I recognize him. I thank my leader, the leader of opposition, the Honorable Mark Golding, for he represents access, opportunity, and vision for the youth of this country to become the best versions of themselves. Together with my colleagues in the Shadow Cabinet for the confidence reposed in me. Dr. Fenton Ferguson, my mentor and advisor, who is here today, may I acknowledge him. I also acknowledge the public servants in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, in the Ministry of Justice with responsibility for constitutional affairs, and the many teachers, guidance counselors, deans of discipline, social workers, child care officers and youth workers who hold the line every single day, often without thanks and frequently without the tools to do the job. I will take the time to thank Mr. Dayton Campbell, who has ditched the doctor title for big man ball game. Colleagues, knock the desk for him. For he has found a wife, and that is good. Madam Speaker, this is not a pitch to regain my time, which I would have lost, or if I lose it from disorder in the House. But I thank you for representing images of black excellence and invite you to protect me from my colleagues on the other side who may forget that the basic human decency is owed to me, and they ought to simply listen to the wealth of knowledge and information I intend to share, as they may miss the context. Should they misbehave and cause you to intervene, as you are the umpire of fairness in this honorable House. Authority for my request is grounded in Standing Orders 40A and B. And I also seek your permission to speak the Jamaican language as it may flow naturally as I embark on a topic that I am passionate about.
And same.
And finally, Madam Speaker...
Hold on, thank you for that. If you are asking that a motion be moved, I so do move to allow the member to speak in a local dialect from time to time in his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Have you ensured that you have not robbed him of any time? Okay.
Please give me back my 2 minutes. And finally, Madam Speaker, before I officially begin, I have only one complaint to make against the Honorable Prime Minister today. He simply cannot be going around identifying himself as a German fan after I have invited members of the House, including the Leader of Opposition, to do the right thing and be a wagonist while he still can. He is representing Brazil. That's his team. But we are asking him to be a wagonist. So please, he's not here today. but I don't know which standing order that is, but permit me, protect me. Thank you. And lastly, we are guided by a noted gospel artist. Be guided by a noted gospel artist in your ruling today. Jesus is the only king for life. We are explode like dynamite. Thank you. Madam Speaker, context matters. The government has presented its record. It is the duty of Her Majesty's, forgive me, His Majesty's loyal opposition, not merely to applaud the announcements, but to ask the harder questions behind the launches, the ribbon cuttings, the impressive sounding totals. Are our children safer? Are they learning? Are they working? Are they being prepared to be a citizen of a free and sovereign republic? On the evidence, much of it the government's own, the answer is not yet and not nearly fast enough. I make this contribution in the spirit of opposition that this House should aspire to. Not opposition for its own sake, but opposition that holds government to account, offers a credible alternative, and stands ready to partner where the national interest demands. It's nowhere is that readiness more important than on the road to republic, to which I will come to. Madam Speaker, there is a gap between the announcement and the child. The government speaks of transformation, but transformation is not measured in press conferences. It is not measured in the life. It is measured in the life of a child. And by that measure, too many of our children are being left behind in plain sight. I will use the government's own figures because they are the most damning witnesses of all. Violence in our schools. The government-owned critical incident reports recorded 55 critical incidents in our schools across a single reporting year. Gang violence, stabbings, robberies, and attempted abduction and sexual assault. By the government's own arithmetic, with 190 school days in the year, that is a critical incident in our education system roughly every 3.5 school days. The minister called it, and I quote her, utter madness. Madam Speaker, I agree, but naming the madness is not the same as ending it. We are told school resource officers no longer operate physically from our schools, and we are told of frameworks, of behavior support teams, of restorative practice memoranda. These are not worthless, but a framework is not a presence, and a memorandum has never stopped a knife. The opposition asks simple questions as parents ask. When my child walks through that gate, who is responsible for her safety, and are they actually there? Violence in our schools is the overflow of violence in our communities and in too many of our homes. The opposition accepts the minister's point that this is a shared national responsibility, but sharing responsibility cannot become a way of escaping it. The state has levers no household has. Properly staffed guidance and dean of discipline establishments in every school that needs them, functioning monitored CCTV, not a tender perpetually about to go out, and a justice and social protection system that intervenes early before the funeral and not after. A child protection emergency. Madam Speaker, let this House sit with one number. In a single year, the Child Protection and Family Service Agency received over 13,500 reports concerning our children. More than 6,300 of them distress calls to the 211 hotline. Behind the categories sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect, emotional abuse, child trafficking are real Jamaican children. The minister said she wanted Jamaicans to be appalled by the number. Madam Speaker, we are. The question is what the state or what will the state do with this appallment? Yes, the 211 line exists and it should be commended and publicized. Yes, therapeutic centers have been opened at Maxfield Park and Windsor and a sensory room at Muirton Boys Home. But a handful of centers serving a few hundred children cannot be the national answer to 13,000 cries for help. The opposition wants to know how many of those 13,531 reports were investigated to conclusion, how many children were actually removed from danger, how long is the wait for a child protection investigator, a clinical social worker, or a place of safety. The dignity of a child is not honored by the building we open. It is honored by whether the child is in fact protected. The government's own indicators tell a story about literacy at the grade 4 levels, and it stands at 68%, numeracy at 64%. At the secondary level, the pass rate in CSEC mathematics is reported at 41.6%. Madam Speaker, that means roughly 1 in 3 of our children cannot read with confidence at grade 4, and well over half are leaving the secondary system without a pass in the single subject most tied to employment and to the STEM's future. This government says it wants. So we cannot declare ourselves a STEM island while the foundation is this fragile. This is where youth policy and constitutional principle meet. The opposition has long argued and has been prepared to argue in the courts that access to publicly funded early childhood education is not a luxury, but rationed, but a foundation to be guaranteed. 80% of our early childhood institutions are privately run. The brain is built before age 5. If we are serious about literacy at grade 4, we must be serious about the 3-year-old today. The opposition will press for a clear funded pathway to train teachers in every early childhood institution, not as an aspiration over the period of the transformation, but on a timetable this House can hold the government to. The unattached and the unemployed. Madam Speaker, the government celebrates a low national unemployment rate, but the headline hides the young person. Youth unemployment remains roughly 3 times the national rate, and the figure does not capture our gravest problem. The unattached young people, those not in education, employment, or training, who drift between the corner and the gang. 9 youth innovation centers is a start, but the government's own stated aim is 1 per parish, and that promise is not yet kept. A recording studio in 1 parish is welcome, but it is not a national youth employment strategy. The opposition test is simple. Does the young man in Manchonil, the young woman in Granville, have a real reachable route from where they are to a job, a skill, or a business of their own? This requires that heart trust training match to where the jobs actually are. It requires entrepreneurship, support that reaches the unattached, not only the already ambitious. And it requires us to stop treating youth crime purely as a policing problem when it is at its root an opportunity problem. We must recognize that the government reports that 275 special needs students benefited from shadow, special education assistance support, and that 230 new shadows were trained. Madam Speaker, set those numbers against the need, and they are plainly inadequate. Parents of children with disabilities have been left to plead publicly for support that should be a right. The promised diagnostic center at Case has slipped repeatedly. Every Jamaican child is entitled to be seen, assessed, and taught. The opposition will keep the government to the timeline, that diagnostic center, and on a proper national establishment of special education assistance. We will also monitor the child in state care and the process of leaving to ensure that they don't vanish from state view the day they turn 18. The opposition's alternative. So that we are not accused of criticism without construction, the opposition commits to advancing the following: to supporting the government where it moves in the direction. 1, safety first, a guidance counselor and dean of discipline establishment matched to enrollment in every school that needs it, and a real monitored timeline for school CCTV. Protection that works, publication of how many child abuse reports are investigated to conclusion, and a funded plan to clear the backlog of children awaiting placement and clinical care. Foundations, a dated fund path to a trained teacher in every childhood institution. Opportunity, a youth employment and unattached youth strategy with a youth innovation center in every parish and skills training matched to actual labor market demand. Mr. Speaker, the social space presents opportunity for the youth to monetize time, effort, and self-employment. My guest who has found a space on TikTok, Miss June Rosalie Dixon, is evidence of industry. In Portland Eastern, we have launched the Digital Economy Education Program, DEEP, overseen by our very own Ainsworth Edmund. For anyone who has criticized my presence on social media, I say my leader has assigned me to uplift the youth of the nation and meet them at every level in every space. This program addresses the importance of social media and becoming content creators rather than consumers in the space. I invite my colleagues to replicate the initiative if they are so minded. Inclusion means a proper national establishment of special education assistance and delivery of the long-promised diagnostic center. Aftercare, it means that a guarantee that no young person exits state care into homelessness with transparent annual reporting on their housing and unemployment outcomes. I turn to constitutional affairs, the road to republic and the road not yet taken. Madam Speaker, let me begin with agreement because on this subject, agreement is not weakness. It is the only currency that can actually change the Constitution. The opposition supports Jamaica becoming a republic. We support removing the British monarch as our head of state and replacing the King of Jamaica with a Jamaican of no divided loyalties. On the principle of patriating our highest law, of enacting for the first time a constitution by us, for us, and made for us. There is no quarrel between the sides of this House. And our agreement is not abstract. The government's own record shows that the Constitutional Reform Committee reached consensus on the two foundational questions. That is the abolition of monarchy and the repatriation of our Constitution. And the term, we have adopted the term Jamaicanizing, first raised in the 1995 report of the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reform, to describe a supreme law passed by our own parliament and approved by our own people, rather than left as a schedule to a British order in council. The opposition named its members to that committee, and they sat in good faith and in detail from the very first meeting. So let no one in this House suggest that the opposition came late or grudgingly to the table of the Republic. Where the government has stumbled, though, the quarrel is about how and about how much. The government chose a phased approach that would remove the king but leave us in the same breath. Still traveling to London to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council for final justice. I'm not sure if the Minister of Justice appeared before the King's Council before, and I did some research, but not so. The opposition's position, stated plainly by our leader, is that it should be two instead of one. Well, that time has come for all decolonization, to free ourselves of the crown while keeping a British court as our court of last resort is to change the symbol and keep the substance. The government answers that final court is contentious, that it belongs in a later phase, and that the people should decide it by referendum. The Justice Minister has urged us, in effect, to get it done, to start with what is agreed and debate the court afterwards. Mr. Speaker, the opposition understands that argument, but we simply did not accept that. A nation should be asked to complete its independence in installments, deferring the most practical act of sovereignty, control of our own final justice, to a phase that may never come. Phase 2 is where good intentions go to wait. Madam Speaker, the matter has compounded the matter because this very House passed an amendment under Section 96(1) and 121, an act to extend the tenure of the DPP and the Auditor General. And it gave no consultation to the very committee it created. Correct. It was Dr. Lloyd Bartlett who had to ask for a special meeting to air it. And this is a matter of courtesy. So if the government will not extend the courtesy of consultation on an ordinary amendment, it had the votes to pass alone. How is this House and how are the people of Jamaica to trust its good faith on deeply entrenched questions it cannot pass alone? Well, Mr. Speaker, there is a new arithmetic of this parliament. We're enough over here. So your 2/3 majority cannot be done without us. Let that sink in. You have to deal with us as a matter of necessity. So that is why the opposition has insisted that this work resumes where serious constitutional work has always succeeded. Leader to leader at Vale Royal. And not delegate it as though were a routine department business left to the Minister of Justice to just deal with it and get on with it. The Constitution is much more important than that. On the issue of the final court, well, the opposition makes 2 points. First, this is not at its heart about the Privy Council versus the Caribbean Court of Justice as institutions. Both courts I have appeared in, Minister of Justice. Now, today the litigant who cannot afford London is in practice shut out of his own final court, severing the appeal to the Privy Council and vesting final appellate jurisdiction in the Caribbean Court, a court substantially funded, staffed, and led by the region. Is that act that brings the highest court within reach of the average citizen? And I will just say humbly, decolonization that does not reach the poor is decoration. I'm going to repeat for emphasis. Decolonization that does not reach the poor is decoration. Let that sink in. And the Privy Council has given guidance in the Independent Jamaica Council for Human Rights case. We can do it without bringing it to a referendum, but it takes courage. And we were all voted for and put into this House. We should exercise that courage, grow some cojones, and do what we're to do in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am not picking on the Minister of Justice, but he did say no human rights problem. And the record answers the minister. Mr. Speaker, during the very debate, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs declared, answering my colleague, the opposition spokesperson on justice, that Jamaica does not, and I hope will never have, a human rights problem. He went so far as to suggest that anyone who claims they need justice in Jamaica needs to have their head examined. I say this without relish. The minister who holds both justice and the Constitution in his charge ought to be the last in this House to pronounce a nation's rights beyond reproach. The claim does not survive contact with the evidence, and not the opposition's evidence, but the sober finding of independent and international monitors. Consider the most recent United States Department country report on human rights practice for Jamaica. They said 111 fatalities. They said that we don't have system in place. They said that the same period, the Independent Commission of Investigation received 709 complaints to go with the 111 fatalities in that particular year. Well, the same body reporting describes lockup meant to hold a person for 48 hours, holding them longer than that. And our prisons are outdated. So this is where I quote my dad, Manly Augustus Buchanan. You hearing me? No go on so Chucky, no go on so, because you know that Chucky no lucky. Human rights must never be seen as an ostrich with his head in the sand. It is not a strategy, but rather screams danger. Chucky, you're lucky. But, Madam Speaker, the minister's entire answer to this catalogue was a single institution. Go, he said, to the Office of the Public Defender. Yet the minister knows, or ought to know, the limits of the very remedy he offers. Because by law, the office cannot appear in court. It may only retain attorneys to act for those it assists. And this Parliament may lawfully disregard its findings and decline to act on its recommendation. A remedy that cannot enter the courtroom and whose conclusions the state may shelve at will is not proof that our rights are secure. It is a measure of how exposed they are. To direct the citizens to the door and declare the matter closed is to mistake the existence of a door for the safety of the house. Can't live in a door, Chucky. You're not lucky. Madam Speaker, this is precisely why the question belongs in debate. Mr. Speaker, the question belongs in debate on our Constitution. We cannot, in our breath, promise the people a new supreme law that strengthens the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and in the next deny those very rights are under strain in the lives they lead today. A republic worth the name is not founded on the declaration that the problem is solved. It is founded on the courage to name the problem and the will to meet it. That's right. Now, that's right. This comes, Mr. Speaker, this brings to what they call a hot topic, and I bring the heat. Hear this. If the minister doubts the rights require vigilance, let him weigh a matter that is entirely new to our national life. This month, the government signed a memorandum of understanding with the United States under which persons removed from American soil, so the third country nationals, neither Jamaican nor bound for Jamaica, are to be received here and held while they transit to a final destination. The Deputy Prime Minister has told the country that the agreement was approved by Cabinet and signed on the 10th of June, that the United States will pay for each migrant's initial stay, that as many as 25 persons may be received every fortnight, and that 6 of our Caribbean neighbors, Panama, Costa Rica, Belize, Antigua, St. Kitts, and Barbados, have entered into similar agreements. This is a profound step in the life of a small nation, and yet has not been brought to this House to be debated. The government points fairly to safeguards that Jamaica may refuse any individual and that either party may end the agreement at short notice, that there will be health screening, identity verification, criminal record checks, and clearance from the National Intelligence Bureau, and that no person with a criminal record will be accepted. Those assurances are welcome, and I do not disparage them. But an assurance is a promise, and this House exists to test promises against practice. Who reviews a refusal, and on what criteria? What becomes of a person whom we receive but cannot move on? The minister himself concedes that those who elect to remain must apply to our courts for asylum. And there lies the problem, Mr. Speaker. The difficulty begins right there. For the very international reporting the Justice Minister waved away describes a country with no clear procedure for the granting of asylum or refugee status and no consistent system to protect refugees. Each case in the government's own practice handled administratively one by one. We simply don't have a system in place and no legislation. Mr. Speaker, we need not imagine the test, for it arrived on our own shores this very week. On Monday, the 17 Haitian nationals, 10 men, 4 women, and 3 children came ashore at Pasley Gardens in Port Antonio, in my constituency, and were taken into custody for health and immigration processing, their future, as I speak, uncertain. Here is the question the Republic must be able to answer. If we stand up screening, oversight, and accommodation funded from Washington for 25 persons transferred to us every fortnight, with what consistency, what due process, and what plain humanity do we meet the 3 children who reached Portland in a boat? What? A nation's character is revealed not in the agreement it signs in a comfortable room, but in how it treats the frightened stranger who arrived unannounced. This is why the matter belongs in this debate and not merely in a press briefing. Jamaica, I will submit that Jamaica has a human rights problem. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a generation that has never tested its institutions is watching to see whether constitutional reform will be cosmetic or genuine. If we are opening the Constitution, let us be brave enough to address what the people have repeatedly told the pollsters they want. We must think of human dignity, we must think of the right to life, we must think of freedom of expression. But most importantly, when this book is open and the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs starts to do this, we must think of term limits. We must think of fixed dates for general elections, integrity and campaign finance reform, constitutional entrenchment of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica and the Office of the Public Defender, areas where the opposition believes consensus is genuinely in reach. A settled answer on the nature of the presidency, protection of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, ensuring that the new constitution strengthens and never dilutes the rights our citizens already hold. Consideration of the rights of the Maroons under the 1738 Treaty. We must take that head on. And Mr. Speaker, much of this ground has already been walked, and the opposition does not begin from zero. The Reform Committee has deliberated the form of the presidency, distinguishing an executive president from a purely ceremonial one, and it has favored Jamaican rather than Commonwealth citizenship as the qualification to sit in our parliament, with a test of allegiance for those of dual citizenship. We start these conversations from consensus already built. The opposition asks only that the government have the nerve to carry that consensus the full distance and the generosity to add to it the reforms the people themselves keep asking for. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, every advance in our constitutional history has been bipartisan. Independence itself rested on the cooperation of Manley and Bustamante. The reforms of the 1990s carried the name of Patterson and Seaga. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms in 2010, perhaps the final constitutional achievement of the modern era, was passed by a partnership between the Jamaica Labour Party, Prime Minister, and a People's National Party leader of opposition. Not one of these was the work of a single party in a single term. The Republic will be no different. It will be built by both sides, or it will not be built at all. And I will just say, our young people and the Constitution. And here, Madam Speaker, the two halves of my portfolio finally meet. The young Jamaican who cannot read at grade 4 will not read the Constitution we write. The unattached youth who believes the state has never protected him will not believe the Republic belongs to him. A new constitution by us, of us, and for us is empty if a generation has been taught by experience that the state's promises are for other people. So let civic education be real and not tokenistic. Mr. Speaker, if we want our young people to claim the Republic as their own, the youth voice on the Constitution must shape the outcome and not merely decorate the process. And the National Public Education Campaign on the Road to Republic must reach the child in the classroom in Fair Prospect and Haile Selassie High School, as surely as it reaches the platform here in Gordon House. Give the young a constitution they helped to write in a country that has kept its promise to them, and they will defend it for the rest of their lives. Mr. Speaker, in closing, context matters. The government has asked the country to trust it with transformation. The opposition asks the country to demand something more rigorous than trust, to demand evidence. Are our children safer in school? Are they protected from abuse? Are they learning to read and to count? Are our young people working? And will the Constitution we hand them be the full inheritance of a free people, or half-finished decolonization that left the most practical sovereignty for another day? On youth, the opposition will hold this government to its own numbers and offer a better way. On the Constitution, we extend our hand once more. Meet us, leader to leader. Bring back the bill in a forum that completes the work, and let this Parliament, in which neither side can act alone, do together what neither side can do apart. Let us finish the unfinished circle of independence. May God grant this House the wisdom to discover what is right, the will to choose it, and the courage to see it through. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say God on time. And to my friend, Minister of Justice, Chucky, you know lucky. Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the contributors from the opposition side. We had a sort of reserved and sober first presentation from the member from Westmoreland, and then we had a presentation from Eastern Portland
House Leader, just a reminder to those in the gallery, you are not in any way to disturb the proceeding. No clapping, no shouting, no banging.
We had a presentation from the member from Eastern Portland that did raise some points. However, at one time I wondered if he was the spokesperson on current affairs. With that said, I will say, for his first presentation in the House, we welcome his intervention. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue in public business. I will take this opportunity to welcome the members from Eastern Portland. They were not here when I spoke earlier. And I'm very happy to see the students from Titchfield, which is among the best institutions in our country. A very, very good high school. Very good high school. We will now take the... Oh, and Big Youth. I definitely want to use the opportunity to welcome Big Youth and big him up for joining us in the House. I know the Prime Minister will be happy. I know the Prime Minister will be happy to see you here. We will continue in public business, so I suspend the debate, sectoral debate, until our next sitting, at which time we expect to have our final presentations in the sectoral debate. We will have the presentation by Minister Grange. We will also have Denise Daly, and we will have our closing presentation by Dr. Chang. We will now, so I ask that the debate be suspended, and then we will go directly to the Minister of Labour as we will commence the debate on the minimum wage bill.
The request is on the floor for the suspension of the sectoral debate until further notice. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. House Leader. Minister, you will know, just a minute, so we give the gallery some time to leave. Minister, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission firstly to speak from a seat that is not normally my own.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th day of June 2026, the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 and the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 were laid on the table of the House and notice given for their affirmation. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to reaffirm the government's commitment to ensuring the principles that protect every Jamaican worker, provide them with fair compensation. Since its enactment in 1938, our Minimum Wage Act has remained a cornerstone of worker protection in our country, helping to ensure that the country's lowest paid workers receive a minimum standard of income to support their basic needs and dignity. More than a piece of legislation, it reflects our collective belief that workers must be protected from exploitation and afforded the opportunity to build better lives for themselves and their families. As outlined in Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, the Minister is empowered to fix minimum wage rates by this order. This includes the power to set specific rates for occupations where current wages are unreasonably low, as well as the power to establish a general national minimum wage if deemed desirable. This is a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, that must be exercised carefully and thoughtfully. It requires balancing the legitimate needs of our workers for fair and adequate compensation with the need to maintain a stable economic environment in which businesses can continue to grow, to invest, and to create employment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister in his budget speech earlier this year stated that there would be an increase in the minimum wage, and today I formally submit to this Honourable House the orders to increase the national minimum wage and the minimum wage for industrial security guards effective July 1, 2026. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the reality facing our minimum wage earners, and as a government, we do continue to increase the floor we have in order to better provide opportunity for those workers to be able to meet their daily expenses. Over the last 10 years, we have demonstrated in action, not just words, a commitment to consistently increasing the minimum wage, improving, therefore, the capacity of minimum wage earners, moving from 6,200 in 2016 to now 17,000 in 2026, representing, Mr. Speaker, over that time, an estimated increase of 174%. Of note, this increase is the 5th consecutive annual increase. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note the government has not treated minimum wage adjustment as an isolated act. This is a part of the broader commitment to improve living standards, to strengthen economic security, and to ensure that national progress is shared more fairly across society. Accordingly, I move that this Honourable House affirm the following increases, which are to become effective on July 1, 2026. Firstly, the national minimum wage is to be increased from 16,000 to 17,000 per 40-hour work week. This means that A, single-time rate standard pay, this is your basic hourly pay for a regular work week, is to be increased from $400 per hour to $425 per hour for work done by the worker during any period not exceeding 40 hours in any week. B, time and a half rate, which is overtime pay, which represents a 50% increase to the standard hourly rates, is to be increased from $600 per hour to $637.5 per hour for overtime work done in excess of 40 hours in any week. And C, double time rate, which is the premium pay. This means you get paid twice your regular hourly rate, is to be increased from $800 per hour to $850 per hour for work done by the worker on rest days or on public holidays. Secondly, and additionally, the minimum wage for industrial security guards is also to be increased from 16,000 to 17,000 per 40-hour work week with corresponding adjustments. A, single-time rate standard pay is to be increased from $400 per hour to $425 per hour for work done by the worker during any period not exceeding the 40-hour work week. B, which is a time and a half rate, overtime pay, is to be increased also from $600 per hour to $637.5 per hour for work done in excess of 40 hours in any week. And C, double time rate premium pay is to be increased from $800 per hour to $850 per hour for work done by the worker during any period on a rest day or on a public holiday. Mr. Speaker, of note, the security guards will continue to benefit from their existing allowances and benefits. Mr. Speaker, this increase in minimum wage represents a reaffirmation of this government's commitment to Jamaican workers. It acknowledges the invaluable contributions of those who care for our children, support our households, protect our properties, and help to drive economic activity across our country. Let me also say this. The minimum wage is a floor, not a ceiling. And as we have done before, I again call on all employers, especially those who can afford to do more, to invest in your workforce. Go beyond the minimum where circumstances permit you to do so. Let us move, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, from compliance to genuine appreciation. A well-supported workforce is not only good for workers and their families, it is also good for productivity, business growth, and national development. Mr. Speaker, we know there is still much work to be done ahead, but today we have taken another meaningful step forward. Today's measure reflects the government's determination to improve the lives of working Jamaicans and to ensure that economic progress is shared more broadly across our society. Let me reiterate, Section 5 of the Minimum Wage Act establishes a clear statutory duty for all employers. Importantly, once an order takes effect, every employer is legally mandated to pay wages at a rate no less than the prescribed national minimum. Please take note. We are confident that our corporate partners and small business owners alike share our commitment to treating Jamaican workers with dignity. However, let me be clear. This administration treats statutory compliance with the utmost seriousness. The law provides for strict liability and enforcement actions before parish courts for any failure to meet these standards. And the Ministry's Inspectorate will continue and will actively ensure that the rights of our most vulnerable workers, including our hard-working security personnel, are rigorously protected. With that, Mr. Speaker, I now formally seek the affirmative resolution of this Honourable House for both the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 and the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026. Let me close by reaffirming that us act decisively, Mr. Speaker, in support of Jamaican workers. Let us take this important step towards strengthening economic security for thousands of families across our country, and let us continue working together to build a more just, equitable, and prosperous Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If there, oh, somebody else speak. Member from Northern Clarendon and Clarendon Northern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the Minister announcing what the government has proposed to be an increase, it brought me right back to the government's promise of August into September 2025 to increase the minimum wage to $32,000 over a 5-year period. To date, we are seeing now the government has moved the minimum wage, even though they promised to move in the first year from $16,000 to $18,500. Today, we are seeing a $1,000 increase proposal. That is woefully lacking. On this side, we propose, from the outset, we would have proposed that we wanted a livable wage, not a minimum wage. We have an inflation rate of 5.5% operating at. An increase of $1,000 is certainly not one that can match the growing cost of living of our people against the election promise. So, Mr. Speaker, this is woefully lacking. We want to say that the proposal to increase the security guards' fee by $1,000 as well, which initially had a special rate, a special minimum wage, and we noticed that there was no mention at all of the special benefits that goes to the security guards who carries firearm and looks after the dogs. There is no mention of the increase in that special benefit at all. So that is also something that is missing from the proposal. And the minister will have to say where that is. We want to also say to the minister if there is consideration being given to the businesses that has contracts with the government, if they are going to get an opportunity to renegotiate their arrangements so that they can facilitate this increase that you spoke of, and that you are also indicating that it is legal and you are saying that they could be taken to the parish court. You have to make sure that they're in a position to be able to afford the increase because not just the minimum wage increases, but every other cost that comes with increasing the minimum wage. We also have questions around the use of percentages. And the use of percentages certainly gives a picture. As you said, 174% over a number of years, but it does not speak to what the people are facing today. It doesn't tell the whole story. So I won't go into all the details that you have put here in terms of the $25 increase for the short-term rate standard, the $37 increase for the time and a half rates where persons work on holidays. Those are certainly things that I'm sure is nothing to write home about. But we want to better understand if the promise made by the government during the election time will be fulfilled, and if you believe in your heart that $1,000 increase for minimum wage is adequate for our people and the standard of living that you're facing. So I'll close for now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from St. Catherine, Northwestern.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, for your protection as I seek to contribute. Today, Chucky, member, you're not lucky. No.
Member, you ask for protection, but you're the one troubling somebody else.
Mr. Speaker, no maths is necessary today, but I want to make a special appeal on a category of workers that this particular bill don't represent today. Mr. Speaker, there's an industry called tourism, for which I believe that there is a necessity for the consideration of a special minimum wage for tourism workers. The reason, Mr. Speaker, is that they are not the normal type of worker. In many situations, for one, their time is unpredictable, and also their time of work exists in hours that is not only risky, but also more expensive for travel. Also, Mr. Speaker, the area in which they exist, because of the prevalence of tourism, often has a higher cost of living in those areas that is not considered by those who are paying the minimum wage. I add as well, Mr. Speaker, that their time of ending, as the member from North Central would know, that one over there. North Central, St. Anne. Yes, he would know that their time of ending is unpredictable. I give the example of a bartender who cannot claim that 10 o'clock he's leaving if people are still at the bar. And a waitress or a waiter who can pick up themselves like the rest of us to wash our face at 4 in preparation to leave at 5. In addition, sometimes those who are less au fait with the fact shouldn't make the comments on the behalf of the government, because many hotels don't allow tipping. Indeed, that is something that we should talk about at another time. But there is also, Mr. Speaker, within the service sector, a often uncalculated labor called emotional labor. The effort to be friendly even when your current state of mind does not facilitate that friendliness. One of the #1 reasons for burnout in the hotel sector is that emotional labor. There are many even in the face of disrespect, that must make us smile because it is demanded for work. There are some, even at the time of hunger, must serve the lobster because it was ordered. Indeed, there are some that return to homes that don't have the necessary roof, bed, or walls, having left a sprawl of luxury. And that emotion must be catered to in our considerations. We believe that it is necessary, if a country is really serious about its development, that an industry that is a major contributor and a major earner of wealth, that a special consideration for persons who work under special circumstances with special realities due to the realities of their geographic space, that a special minimum wage be considered. That here is not represented. So while it is I am confused, for the same reasons that I purported why the security guards have been changed to the normal minimum wage, I once again make a serious appeal that a special minimum wage be made for service sector, in particular, our hotel workers.
Member from St. Andrew East Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having examined what was announced by the minister, let me share the reality of the numbers. 6% and 8% respectively, with an inflation rate of 5.5%. It just cannot add up. 5.5%. Check starting. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, there's a challenge. The minister glowingly stated about what penalties would forthcoming for employers. The employers also need some protection. When these rates are announced, it takes months for the Ministry of Finance to make payments available to supply these, or to conform with these announcements. The minister would know that the last minimum wage that was announced, and the Minister of Finance would also know that it took 6 months before the employers were compensated. I guess I am asking, Mr. Speaker, for equity in terms of when these announcements are made, that budgetary allocations are also made to ensure that the employees can satisfy the mandate by the minister without penalty in front of the courts. It is for too long. It is for too long that we continue to ask employers to subsidize the services of government. It becomes burdensome. We have other attendant costs, like bank charges, that is not considered. So I rise, Mr. Speaker, to ask for equity across the board. I thank you.
Member from Eastern St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I rise to ask for equity for a special category of workers. And that category of worker is the laborers that are working on the road projects. Yes. I am not sure if you're aware, Minister, if you're aware that these laborers work Sundays, Saturdays, and holidays. and they are not given. They are not given that special treatment as it relates to overtime and time and a half. I am appealing to you, Minister, to consider this special category of workers who have to be out there working in the broiling sun. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Westmoreland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the minister spoke and he made mention of the fact that the enactment of the Minimum Wage Act was in 1938, I had to immediately check to see whether or not that was indeed correct. And when I checked, I realized that it was enacted in 1938, but it didn't come into effect until 1975, thanks to Michael Joshua Manley. And so we can understand the origin of the Minimum Wage Act and the importance to this side of the aisle to provide that level of protection to those who are at the lower scale on the employment ladder. And there's an important point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, and that is, before we do an increase in the minimum wage, there are certain consultations that are normally recommended and required. And I think we need to stick strictly to those consultative measures prior to a recommendation of an increase. That will prevent a political party on the eve of an election going on a political platform to just make a wanton announcement of an increase that they then renege on for some reason or the other when they get to government. And so the government made the announcement on the eve of the last election that they would, in their first budget, move the minimum wage from 16,000 to 18,500. They have today announced that it will actually be 1,000 as the increase on the 16,000 and not 2,500, representing only 40% of what was promised. Now, they said they would phase the rest of it, you know. I hear the leader of government business saying phase it in. But they actually said they would phase the rest because they left it from 18.5 to get to 32 over the 4 years. I'm not speaking about that part of it. I'm not speaking about getting it to the 32 right now. I'm speaking about what was a clear commitment that it would have been moved to 18,500 in the first budget. Right? And having said so, and having won the election, what we now see is the Dr. Andrew Michael Holness government reneging on the commitment to the working people of this country. So that is one. That is one. I have not forgotten Melissa. Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, because we have 30 minutes to contribute, I will indulge the members. I did not forget Melissa, Mr. Speaker. But since they want to talk about Melissa, This is the same administration that only spent 1.8% of donated funds on the people that were affected by Melissa. So I don't know on what basis they are asking if we forgot about Melissa, because clearly they are either forgotten about the people of Western Jamaica or they are negligent in carrying out their duties to the people of Western Jamaica. No. So the first point is about the consultation and whether or not we should put that into law to prevent a recurrence of this situation. That's the first point. The second point, Mr. Speaker, is that as a country, both sides of the parliament, I'm sure, will agree that time has come now for us to move to a livable wage. Time has come now, Mr. Speaker, for us as a parliament to have the discussion about a livable wage. When we consider a livable wage, member from East Central St. Catherine, thank you for your attention. Mr. Speaker, member, yes, member from East Central. Member from East Central, please. Mr. Speaker, when we think about the basic necessities, people need shelter, people need transportation, people need food, and people need utilities. Those are 4 basic requirements that people need. So when we speak of a minimum wage of 16,000 and then we gloat about that being a 174% increase over 2016, not taking into consideration the increase that has happened in housing costs, in transportation costs, in food costs, and in the cost of utility. The member from East Kingston and Port Royal will be more than happy to inform this House that in 2016, it cost 25 US cents per kilowatt hour for electricity. That is now over 40 cents. Closer now to 50 cents. So you cannot ignore that reality when you are thinking about what the people of the country are facing. And I think too many members here are comfortable in the eloquence of their home, the affluence of their home. They are comfortable under their ACs. They are comfortable with their big dinner. And they have forgotten about the people, the working class of this country. The junk and power. Junk and power. Junk and power. Junk and power. Mr. Speaker, another matter that requires urgent attention. Another matter that requires urgent attention. We need to also consider this continuous practice of putting people on contract work that is causing them not to have the benefit of some of the minimum things that we fought for as a labor movement many years ago. And those conditions that obtain prevents these persons from truly being able to liberate themselves and move from poverty to prosperity. So, Mr. Speaker, any increase, a government can always say that this is more than what it was. But context is always important. The notion to just say you can pay more is not that simple, you know, Mr. Speaker. Because how we are treating with the people who are expected to pay is also important. The teachers are now currently upset with the government. The police are upset. Up to today, there was a protest by some nurses over the conditions. And so we need to deal with those persons so that they are in a position that they can compensate their workers appropriately. No. Mr. Speaker, my simple point, to summarize what I'm saying. My simple point to summarize my input in the discussion today is that we need to put in law the requirement for the necessary consultation to take place so we can get the input from the stakeholders before we go and make a promise of an increase. That is necessary to prevent this continuous practice of a political party playing on the minds of the poor people of this country to get an advantage and then reneging on their promise. That's the first point. My second point, and also a fundamental point, is that we need to look at a livable wage. What is required for somebody to live a basic quality of life? The minimum wage is not currently providing that solution because the increase that people are facing with the cost of shelter, the cost of transportation, the cost of food, and the cost of utility is causing persons not to be able to take care of themselves and their families. There are members here, they might be ashamed to admit it, but they have to be budgeting. There are members here who have to be budgeting because if they don't budget properly, they're going to run out of money before the month ends. So just spare a thought for those persons who are earning on the lower end. Only God knows how they are surviving.
No, his mic is off. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's fine, go. I will.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I have listened. And the minister, on behalf of the government, has brought the amounts that the increase that the government has now given, which is not what was promised in an election. But I'm not even going back to where Melissa is. You know where my mind takes me? To the fact that persons in this House have got up and made their points about the fact that it's not enough and so. And I want us all to ask ourselves the questions, because some of us in here have businesses, we do run homes, we are parliamentarians, and while we speak that it is not enough, I ask you, you don't have to follow what the government is doing, it is. I ask us all, how much do we pay our workers in our business, at our homes, and in our businesses? And remember, just remember that when you stand and ask those questions, the workers you employ in your business are hearing you. And if indeed the answer to that is in the negative or the positive, it tells the truth about us, whether we are pontificating to the public or we are genuine about, I am on my feet, member. I'm on my feet. I listened quietly to you. I don't need your protection. I listen to you and I expect you to do so for me. I am saying to all of us in here that the questions you have asked are being answered by our workers in our businesses and in our homes. So we are saying to those very people exactly who we are. Are we standing for two reasons? To oppose a government or just to pontificate? Because we must ask ourselves the question, are we conscious? Are we doing what we are asking the country to do? Thank you very much.
Member from St. Catherine East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make the point, part of which was made by my colleague from Trelawney. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that there should be no Jamaican working less than $35,000 per week. That is just the plain truth. However, Mr. Speaker, hang on. However, Mr. Speaker, when one considers the reality of our country, we're still a growing economy. We have gone through 2 hurricanes in the last 2 years. We have passed through, hang on, member. We have passed through the ravages of one of the worst pandemics in over 100 years, and yet Jamaica still stands. So the member from Westmoreland spoke about context. So let's put Jamaica's economy over the last decade in context. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, during the administration led by the People's National Party, we saw a very slow movement in minimum wage. And the truth is, you want to talk about the records speak for themselves. Minimum wage was increased from $4,500 to $5,000, Mr. Speaker. A very small increase of just $500. Between 2014 and 2016, the minimum wage under that administration moved from $5,000 to a mere $5,600. A very slow increase of another $600. Fast forward to 2016, Mr. Speaker, and minimum wage in Jamaica moved in 2016 to $6,200, 2018 another increase to $7,000, 2023 another increase to $13,000, 2024 another increase to $15,000, 2025 another increase to $16,000, and now 2026 another increase to $17,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, within the context of governments and increases in livable wages or within a minimum wage, Mr. Speaker, the government led by the Jamaica Labour Party has given your ordinary workers far more increases in minimum wage than any other administration in this country, Mr. Speaker. The minimum wage has moved in the last 10 years by more than it had under any other administration. And that does not include, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the backdrop of COVID pandemic, where not one civil servant lost their job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you talk about unrest. Not one doctor, not one teacher, not one police officer, not one nurse, not one soldier, not one public servant, not one public servant lost a job in Jamaica during the 2.5 years of COVID. Those are facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding 2 hurricanes, Mr. Speaker, 1 hurricane, the worst that we have seen again in 100 years. Mr. Speaker, the economy of this country continues so that we can still put on a little something extra on the minimum wage. No, Mr. Speaker, it is not perfect. It is not ideal, but it is a minimum. And, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that stops any member in this House, any business person, any professional to pay more. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some persons who will pay an average week of $30,000. Some will pay $35,000, Mr. Speaker. There are some who will pay a day's work of $7,000 a day. So, Mr. Speaker, It is for all of us. And I can say I lead by example. I don't just stand up here. It is incumbent on all of us, Mr. Speaker. Those who can pay more, pay more. Now we understand that there are persons who are recovering from the ravages of Hurricane Melissa. Maybe they can't pay the $18,500 in Westmoreland, Trelawney, Hanover. Maybe they can't pay $25,000. But, Mr. Speaker, at the very minimum, they must pay $17,000, Mr. Speaker. So this government will continue to re-examine, and the finance minister was looking at me and she said, Mr. Terrell, she said, MP, we're re-examining. Yeah. This government will continue to re-examine the minimum wage. We will continue to examine the economic structure of the country, Mr. Speaker, to say how much more of a minimum. But for the country to understand, it is a minimum. It does not mean that you have to pay that. You can pay more if you can pay more.
Minister. Minister, you have to wait. There are two other mics. There are two other mics.
See, you would have lost.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I am happy to share what I pay my workers in wages, and I would not be embarrassed to state that amount in this House. But the 2 points I want to make, I keep hearing about comparisons about increasing the minimum wage between 2012 and 2016 or 2015. And you have to perhaps take into account, Mr. Speaker, the disastrous economy we inherited from that side.
You walk into it.
That is the reason. That is the reason we could not increase it more. So that's the first point. But the second point is when we look at a comparison across the Caribbean. When we are paying the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, affordability is not a consideration. We have the highest paid Prime Minister and Cabinet in the entire English-speaking Caribbean. However, when it comes to those at the bottom, we are way behind the Bahamas, we're way behind the Barbados, we're way behind many other countries in the Caribbean when it comes to those at the bottom. But when it comes to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, there is no question of Melissa, there is no question of affordability. All
members.
Yeah.
So even with that,
so
member, are you seeing me on my feet?
I give back my own to my Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Member, you may continue. If I have to rise again, I will use the standing order to deal with the situation.
You might talk about Mr. Speaker, recently we heard sectoral debates and we spoke about the danger of replacing the sugar plantation with the hotel plantations. And we're seeing a trend where in this country, the elites, whether they be political elites, whether they be economic elites, they are the ones that the system is designed to facilitate. And when I use the example of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet and the Ministers of State, I am not grudging anybody getting a fair wage. But I am saying, why is it when it comes to those levels, when the Minister of Finance stood up about retaining the best and the brightest, we must be willing to pay. But whenever the argument comes to create a safety net for the people at the bottom, suddenly we hear about Melissa, we hear about affordability, we hear about everything. None of those arguments are made when we're talking about the elite. So, Mr. Speaker, promises were made on political platforms. Those promises have been abandoned. The people have been scammed. The people have been scammed. The people have been fooled. They've been chopped. They have been samfied. And that is a disgrace.
Member from St. Elizabeth, Northeastern.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, my intervention is actually very brief today. Mr. Speaker, I wish to start by making it very clear. We on this side welcome any fiscal relief that will benefit the most vulnerable amongst us. But I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is important that we inject a healthy dose of reality in this House. It is important that in making this announcement today, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is essentially giving or announcing an increase from $16,000 to $17,000, $1,000 roughly per week. But when we break that down in simple terms and simple understanding, that only represents about $200 per day. That represents only a box juice, and it can't buy the patty for the day, Mr. Speaker. And so, just a moment, because let me be clear, I do not come with fire and brimstone today. I I come from a place of concern as one who springs from the bowels of society. And so I understand, Mr. Speaker, that announcing a measly increase of roughly $200 per day is really an insult to the hardworking people of Jamaica who are struggling, who are fighting to survive. They are living from hand to mouth, and who are finding it difficult to understand how they're going to find tomorrow's meal. And so I come to you today, Mr. Speaker, from a place of concern. And against that background, I have two questions, and I hope that the Minister might be prepared to provide an answer that is satisfactory. My first question, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister prepared to consider tying the increase in minimum wage to the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, which would allow for an annual automatic adjustment instead of sporadic or erratic announcements made at election time? And second, and finally, considering the history that we're all too familiar with, where companies have sought to utilize the loopholes in the law by miscategorizing workers as contractors, independent contractors, as opposed to employees, I rise to also ask the question whether the ministry is prepared, or what mechanism is the ministry contemplating to implement so as to provide protection against companies, including security companies, that would seek to miscategorize workers so as to avoid the statutory duties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Catherine Southern. Southeastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to this debate from not just a professional note, but a personal note, where I have friends who are rebuilding in the West. You use Hurricane Melissa as the reason why you cannot grant this extra $1,000 increase that you promised. But for those who need that extra $200 a day, those who you refused to give the donation money to, but instead spent 1.8%, for those who you will neglect, where NARA is only for major infrastructural projects, where the Solidarity Program sent back $500 million rather than distribute to these people. You are using your contacts, your positions to benefit the wealthy friends among you. But you are using your position today to stop those who are still living under tarpaulins, who know that this is the only way they may help get some help to rebuild.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, there...
Turn the mic. Turn the mic on. Turn the mic on.
I rise at a point of order. There are certain things that are allowable in a debate. They are held in Standing Order number 16, which speaks the content of speeches. One, the point of order is firstly that the speaker has been repetitious. And the point, yes, the member from Eastern Westmoreland raised a point that is being repeated by the member from St. Catherine. That's the first thing. The second point of order has to do with ascribing motive which the member should never do. There is absolutely no need for a parliamentary debate to sink to the level where motive is being ascribed. Do not do it. All of us sit in this house. The motive that you tried to ascribe was about why it was being done and who it was being done for. So, no, don't do that. Those are my points of order.
Point of order accepted. Member, you may continue. Point of order accepted. You may continue. So please adjust your speech.
Record, Mr. Speaker, the banter coming from across the aisle was pointed towards Melissa being the cause.
Hold a minute, member. You're rising.
What we continue to do is explain out all of the things that we're seeing and then say, okay, no. You just ruled. You ruled, it was clear, move on. Don't repeat and then move on. Move on.
Member.
Mr.
Member from St. Catherine. Member from St. Catherine Southeastern. Member from St. Catherine Eastern. I would have accepted the House Leader point of order. I am now asking you, to readdress the situation and move away from and continue your speech.
My point is anchored on the fact that the statements, official and off mic, that state that they cannot give the promised minimum wage because of the ravages of Hurricane Melissa. I am stating clearly that it is Hurricane Melissa why we ought to give the promised minimum wage increase, because it is the only thing that this government can give or has committed to give prior to the election. But now, with donations and all of the other funds that are available, they are giving the people nothing. Give them their increase. That is the only thing that you promised. You are giving them nothing else. That is all I am saying. And stop blaming Hurricane Melissa for everything.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must say that I am encouraged. I'm encouraged by the rigor and the passion of the conversation. I would have only hoped that we would have had more substantive responses, and we would not have allowed ourselves. We wouldn't have allowed ourselves to use this time when it's really about the people of Jamaica to jump into political debate. Now, a lot has been said, and I want to start by firstly thanking my colleagues for their questions and for their commentary, and also for those on this side who clarified some of the matters that I don't need to repeat. However, there are some matters that will need to be treated with, Mr. Speaker. Now, a lot has been said in relation to the minimum wage and the movement of the minimum wage by $1,000, and whatever statement was made before in relation to this government's commitment to move the minimum wage beyond $30,000. Now, let me make it clear. Facts are facts. They're immutable. They won't be changed. And I would encourage my colleagues to look on the history and the evolution of the minimum wage, where it's coming from, 6,200 in 2016, and all of the consecutive movements. If I were to select any one of the movements of any year in the last 10 years, it would perhaps be more or equal to the movement between 2012 to 2016, which is 11%, I believe. This government has not only spoken about it, we are the only government that has put in place the measures and actually realized what we have committed to. I don't need to go into what took place last year. The entire country knows that. And the country is listening to all of us as parliamentarians. And it is the minimum wage workers who are listening on, and those small business owners who are asking themselves whether the parliamentarians that have made certain comments, whether they understand what minimum wage is. I think there's a real misconception. We should be very careful not to confuse the legal minimum wage floor with appropriate wages. And it is clear to me that colleagues on that side either do not understand or understand, but are choosing to make comments as political conjecture. And I would ask them to refrain from that. This is not the argument or discussion for us to go into that kind of politics. When you discuss minimum wage, you're talking about the most vulnerable. And it is time for the national discussion on that to elevate. The role of government is to ensure that no worker falls below the floor. And every time we discuss the minimum wage, we make it clear that we are not asking business to pay minimum wage. I said it when I stood up first, that we are asking business who can to pay more if you can. But the fact is we're here today to say that no matter what, you can't pay less. And there are persons who stood up and made comments who have to ask themselves their own questions. What are you paying in your business? I trust that you're paying above minimum wage. And if you are not, the government is putting in place measures to ensure that we protect the workers. Mr. Speaker, again, it is really, again, I really hope that we have this kind of fire and energy for all discussions, because this is a critical one. Let me go into the comments that were made in terms of one by one. The opposition spokesperson said that it is an election promise woefully lacking, and no mention of increase in the special benefits. Again, as I said before, it is this government's responsibility not just to speak to minimum wages for our workers, but we also have to balance the responsibility of our small business owners to be able to pay the minimum wage. And that is actually the comment that was made when we spoke to the minimum wage moving up by 1,000 on this round. Because we understand what has taken place in the West and the impact it has had on workers and on business. And to balance that, it was found to be appropriate that this is the formula for the first stage of our movement towards greater minimum wage. Of note, the Minimum Wage Commission also that has been brought up has given their full commitment to the statements made by the Prime Minister and this government. Matter of fact, I can say, and I've said it before, that the Minimum Wage Commission is already on the journey exploring the movement from minimum to livable wage. We are already on that journey. And it is well known by all of us as parliamentarians. It's a discussion that I have had here. We have stated it, and we continue to do that work. Matter of fact, I also raised that we have a tripartite relationship between government, employers, and our unions representing the workers. And in that organization of the Labour Advisory Council, we continue to have conversation around the rigorous movement of the minimum wage and how we're going to balance the efforts of our business owners to be able to pay. So, Mr. Speaker, this government is not simply raising the minimum wage. We have taken a number of comprehensive steps, including increasing minimum wage consistently to ensure that Jamaican workers are protected, to ensure that we can continue to have the lowest unemployment that we've ever had in the country, the highest business investor confidence that we've ever had in the country. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member Bunting from South, what is it? South Manchester, my apologies, speak to the salaries. Mr. Speaker, it was very unfortunate that of any member here, that a member from South Manchester it is, would seek to bring up salaries. You are a former advisor of the Prime Minister, a former CEO of the National Investment Bank of Jamaica, somebody who has benefited significantly, and we hope that others can, was benefited from opportunities created by public policy and privatization. And the reality is, Mr. Bunting, that you could speak about salaries as if it should not be moved, because you may not have needed it. But for persons who are being objective, and for persons who want development in the country, there's no contest to what this country requires and no contest to what the government has done.
No point of it.
Minister. Let's hear the point of order, member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Whatever number it is, there is no way the minister can be continuously naming and referring to the member in his presentation. If that is not motive, nothing is motive, Mr. Speaker. So he must withdraw that.
Minister.
And the land.
Minister. One other thing that your mic is not on. One other thing that members must pay attention to, you cannot ask for something to be done, yet you are the same one that is doing the opposite. Minister, a point of order was raised. I want you to correct and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what it is I'll be correcting. I said the name and then I said the actual, was it South Manchester? That's the only thing I could correct. There's nothing else for me to correct. I want to also refer to the comments that were made in relation to tourism workers. And just to indicate In the responses from the opposition, you would have noted, Mr. Speaker, that you had separate speakers asking or making comments about special conditions in separate sectors. That is exactly the reason why this government's policy is for a fair and equitable minimum wage floor that is national, so that it doesn't lead to what we saw a while ago, which is not that we don't believe that workers require more, but the national minimum wage, in my opinion, is not perhaps the mechanism to treat with the increase in wages that will be required in tourism or in other sectors. There are other ways that we can deal with providing more for those workers. As it is now, if we were to adopt that, it would lead to what we saw a while ago. Simply, you'd have different sectors asking for the same special conditions. And that is not the principle or the policy of this government. Matter of fact, we have moved towards a level, fair playing field, even including industrial security guards. Mr. Speaker, those things are better pursued by collective bargaining and service charge protections, as well as the labor market competition. That is why you have competition in this fair market. People are able to pay more if they are able to compete. Mr. Speaker, a matter was raised in relation to the independent contractors, and it is this government that has treated with that the most. Matter of fact, we've dealt with it across the government in terms of civil servants, and we continue at the Ministry of Labour to have several seminars to have our enforcements, our inspectorates that are dealing with the independent contractor issues that we've seen across various sectors. We, however, do recognize the concern, and so we've made it clear that independent contracting is not the problem. It is how it is used and how it is abused. And we continue to do our monitoring and enforcement in that regard. As a matter relating to the consideration of trying to tie the minimum wage to CPI, that is a part of the formulation in the discussion around moving to livable wage. So a part of what the Minimum Wage Commission is discussing is about the various formulas and what could work in moving the country towards a livable wage. There's also I believe there's also something that was raised in relation to a consideration for the category of laborers. Again, same response, Mr. Speaker. If we are to go down the road of special condition, it would lead to an avalanche. Not that we do not consider various sectors to be critical, we do. But the principle and the policy that has worked is to have a level, equitable playing field. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues on both sides. I think that this kind of robust discussion is a representation of the importance of the national minimum wage. However, it has to be clear to all of the children, all of the citizens that are watching. When the government speaks about minimum wage, we are not saying people are to be paid $17,000 a week. What we are saying is no one should be paid less than $17,000 a week. We continue to encourage those persons who can to pay more. So when you hear discussions around minimum wage, where people are making it seem as if the government's thrust is for that to be the wage that you are paid, it is false, it is wrong, and it shows a level of ignorance that is not becoming of us as parliamentarians. So I'd ask that we refrain from making those kinds of comments. It confuses the people who are listening to us. Again, I thank all of the colleagues for their commentary. And, Mr. Speaker, we now move that the motions, notice of which was given on the 17th day of June 2026, be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which was given on the 17th day of June 2026, be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we are in public business, we do have a short motion from the member from St. Andrew Western, which is really for a matter to be referred to committee. I would ask that we take that motion now. The member has promised me that he will be concise in his introduction to the motion, and we have a response. Then we will recommit the matters on the agenda and finish the House. Yes, we have to recommit the agenda for that.
Inflaming a situation. Mr. Speaker, on the 5th day of May 2026, I gave notice of private member motion listed at number 9 on the order of business today. Mr. Speaker, the situation regarding the cement, the shortage of cement in Jamaica, has somewhat subsided for the moment. But the fact is there are many issues still outstanding that I believe needs to be discussed and to be aired. It is the reason the motion specifically calls for that this matter be sent to the Economy and Production Committee so that we can have a full-blown hearing on a range of issues affecting the industry. The issue of the matter of the mechanism for monitoring, data on the sector, investment in the sector, is including logistics and investments in the distribution network are all salient issues. We also need to be considering whether at this time, given what is ahead of us, the recovery in Jamaica, that we are making sufficient planning to ensure that we don't suffer the shocks and shortages that we have suffered in recent past. I think, Mr. Speaker, that this motion, though it is not as urgent as it was 3 months ago, it is still a matter deserving of urgent attention because we have now to plan not just for the immediate 6 months for which there has been an emergency allocation, but for the period ahead, especially in the recovery and reconstruction period. And I think the matter, therefore, asks members to consider supporting the motion that it goes to the Economy and Production Committee.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, of course, to respond to the private member's motion brought by the member from St. Andrew Western concerning the current cement supply situation. But to be concise, I will just reduce my statement to the following. Let's highlight first, Mr. Speaker, the construction industry remains one of Jamaica's largest employers, and construction accounted for approximately 9 to 10% of total employment during that in the January 2025 to January 2026 period. So while construction would be the sector most directly affected by a significant supply shock, spillover effects could also be felt in transportation, storage, wholesale, retail trade, manufacturing, and so on. Mr. Speaker, the primary policy issue remains how to balance supply security with market stability while preserving the long-term viability of domestic production. Jamaica's cement market relies on managed flexibility to respond to disruptions and periods of increased demand. Of course, that's a 2013 policy by you, sir, whilst you sat as Minister of Industry. The ministry remains fully engaged with Caribbean cement importers, distributors, and construction stakeholders, and is consistently monitoring the supply and demand for cement. Of course, also the Consumer Affairs Commission continues its surveillance and reporting on the cement market, examining stock levels, availability, and so on. Also, technical support, Mr. Speaker, has also been secured through one of Jamaica's international development partners for a post-disaster evaluation and monitoring of critical commodity stock levels consultants. This engagement is also expected to commence in August 2026 and will strengthen the ministry's predictive modeling capacity to anticipate shortages and price volatility. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is also encouraged by the steps being taken to strengthen domestic storage capacity. At the end of May 2026, Caribbean Cement committed to establishing approximately 12,000 square feet of warehousing space in Spanish Town. The company has also further indicated that it is considering additional warehousing facilities in Mandeville. And also, Mr. Speaker, given the measures the ministry has instituted, we foresee no prolonged shortage of cement. The ministry remains fully engaged with all key stakeholders and will continue to conduct market surveillance throughout 2026. As is already in the news, Minister Hayles announced a series of permits allowing the bringing in of cement to augment the issues on island, and that's already in the public domain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion be adopted. And
the question is that the private member's motion, notice of which was given on the 5th day of May 2026, be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of all the items on the agenda. Starting from announcements.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following. Annual report of the Tourism Product Development Company Limited for the financial year 2023-2024 and the income tax period of disaster relief payments, Hurricane Melissa Notice 2026 under the Income Tax Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Report from committees. Notices of motion given orally. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Mediation Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the income tax period of disaster relief payments, Hurricane Melissa Notice 2026. Whereas Section 51C(4)(c) of the Income Tax Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that with effect from November 1, 2025, any payment within a period specified by notice made by the Minister and published in the Gazette, not exceeding in aggregate $200,000 or such other sum as may be prescribed by the Minister by order, subject to affirmative resolution by the House of Representatives, which is paid by an employer to an employee for personal recovery and welfare due to loss or damage suffered from the effects of a public disaster, declared by proclamation made by the Governor General in respect of any event referred to in Section 22C of the Constitution of Jamaica, or a hazard which is the subject of an order under Section 26 of the Disaster Risk Management Act shall not be subject to income tax. And whereas Section 26(1) of the Disaster Risk Management Act provides that where the office reports to the minister that any part of Jamaica appears to be threatened with or affected by a natural or anthropogenic hazard, and that measures apart from or in addition to those specifically provided for in the Act should be taken promptly. And whereas on the 28th day of October 2025, pursuant to Section 26(2) of the Disaster Risk Management Act, the Prime Minister made the Disaster Risk Management Declaration of Disaster Area, Hurricane Melissa, Order 2025, declaring the whole of Jamaica to be a disaster area. And whereas since the making of that order, Hurricane Melissa has impacted Jamaica, resulting in loss and damage to the health and safety of person and to property. Now therefore, in exercise of the power conferred upon the Minister by Section 5 of the Income Tax Act, the following notice is hereby given. 1. This notice may be cited as the income tax period of disaster relief payments, Hurricane Melissa, Notice 2026. 2. The period commencing the 1st day of November 2025 and ending on the 31st day of March 2026 shall be deemed to be a specified period wherein any payment not exceeding in the aggregate $200,000 made by an employer to an employee for personal recovery due to loss or damage suffered from the effects of Hurricane Melissa shall not be subject to income tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Clarendon Northern.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas Leonard Percival Howell, born on the 16th of June 1898, is historically and widely regarded as the foundational pioneer and father of the Rastafarian movement, a homegrown spiritual, philosophical, cultural movement born out of the Jamaican experience, and whereas the Rastafarian movement has grown from its humble beginnings in Jamaica to exert a profound and far-reaching global influence, shaping international conversations on identity, liberation, spirituality, social justice across Caribbean, Africa, Europe, and the Americas. And whereas, aside from our first national hero, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, few Jamaicans have inspired a cultural and philosophical legacies that stands as one of Jamaica's most enduring and universally recognized contributions to global civilization. And whereas Leonard P. Howell was a visionary anti-colonial thinker whose teachings directly challenged colonial domination, championed Pan-African consciousness, and inspired generations of marginalized people to embrace African identity, dignity, and self-determination. And whereas for the progressive beliefs and advocacy for humanity and worth of black people, Leonard P. Howell endured severe state-sponsored harassment, unwarranted imprisonment, institutionalized vilification, and sustained efforts to silence his message, paying a heavy personal price for the liberties and cultural identity Jamaicans enjoy today. And whereas the formal national recognition of historic figures who resist oppression is a matter of historic justice necessary for preservation of our collective national memory and the rightful positioning of pioneering contributors in the national narrative. And whereas the designation of a national day of recognition is distinct from a public holiday and serves as a solemn, educational, and cultural marker for our nation, be it resolved that this Honourable House voice its support for and call upon the Government of Jamaica to formally designate June 16 as the National Day of Recognition for Leonard Percival Howell, to ensure his courage, sacrifice, and foundational contribution to Jamaican history and global culture are afforded the prominence they deserve. And be it further resolved that this Honourable House urge the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, alongside the Ministry of Education and Youth, to establish relevant educational curricula, cultural programs, and institutional works and anti-colonial legacy of Leonard Percival Howell. Thank you.
Question and answers to question. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Mediation Act 2026.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Mediation Act 2026 be read a first time.
Wait.
A bill shortly entitled the Mediation Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable second reading of the bill.
Minister, is it your intention to commence the debate now, or? Adjournment. Public business.
Move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill.
If you're not going to commence the bill, the debate, then you're good where you are for this.
Okay.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned until a date to be fixed.